Get a thumbs up. Good, good, good. Good. So had a past student call or text today, and he took his PSI and he passed it first shot. So that was pretty cool. And I had to ask. I said, "What's your advice to students?" Because that's the magic question, and it's better to hear it from him than me, because he just did it, the real deal. I never even had a PSI exam because back then we didn't do it. And let me see. He said, practice tests. Take those practice exams. We're going to give you 5 of them plus the midterm. Then there's also that learn, test, pass option. It's optional. It costs money. I think it's like $50 for 90 days or something like that. We don't get it paid for that. It's just a resource. It also happens to be the same company we use for your final exam. So that could be useful to get through the class, especially. So he said, take practice tests. Now, obviously, from now until about the midterm, it's all about content. It's hard to be tested on stuff until you know the stuff. So once that midterm happens, you might want to be, because that's also when I'll give you the midterm, and then I'll pretty much release all the practice exams to you, even on the content we haven't reached yet. Because he literally said, take them over and over and over until you know every answer, then take them a million times more. Because it's about learning the content, but then more importantly, or at least as importantly, it's about applying the content, right? That's just the way the structure is set up. You got to pass the test to get the license, so take lots of tests is his main advice there. What else? He said he tried using the textbook to study at the beginning, and it was fine, and you should, because that's the content. But once I started taking practice tests, it all started to really click, right? That's huge. And then he just made a mention that it was also useful when I shared the commission disciplinary actions from the real estate bulletin to really grasp how serious they take everything. Because I'd mentioned to him, and I think I mentioned it to you last night, there was a study group of 10 people that showed up this month in this month's edition who got dinged because they were an online study group and they shared online test questions that they saw on the PSI exam. That's huge. The real estate commission is all about the sanctity of the test. So fair warning there. Don't ever do that. Don't ever talk about the PSI exam. They do not like it. All of them were reprimanded. That's not a good way to start the career, right? So take that for what you will. We covered 3 chapters. We're in chapter 4 as we speak. So we're going to finish that out tonight and get on into the order of things, 5, 6. And then let me think here. Definitely by next week. I don't think we'll hit it tonight. Let me see. 6. But certainly by next week, we will be into the first of the big chapters. What I mean by that are the chapters that have a lot of questions on the test coming from them. Because if you recall, the Relink booklet, let me show you that chart again. The Relink book has that handy little chart that actually tells you how many questions come from the various sections, topics of the course. Go ahead and while I'm doing that, go ahead and put your name in the chat for me as you like to be called, just for our Zoom chat reference, because we keep the chat log. By the way, in case I didn't go over this before, Zoom also keeps attendance for us. It records how many minutes everyone is logged in. So at the end of class, I have a report available to me that I can see how many minutes each of you were here. So that's ultimately what we rely on to make sure that we are complying and that you're complying with the Real Estate Commission guidelines. Can't miss any more than, what did I tell you? I think 16 hours total out of the 75 or 76 or however many it is. That's 4 sessions, 4 total sessions. So be really careful. And they're not very forgiving. So don't squander them early and then get in a situation that was a really good excuse, but you've already wasted most of them before that. Just be real careful about that. Here we go. Let's look at that Relink book again. Okay. Relink book, I think it's about page 15 or 16, something like that. Scroll on down, and there we are. So here we are. Hopefully you're checking in from time to time on this thing. Certainly should do it when you're reviewing, because if you have a limited time, and everybody does, limited time to review, you'd probably want to focus on this stuff that's like odds of being 10, 11 questions. This one is 21 total questions from the test that will be on the test in brokerage relationships. That's chapter 7. That's what we start no later than next week. That's about agency. There's an entire post-licensing class all about agency. That's how important it is. It's the concept of we agents having a fiduciary responsibility for our client. They should be able to trust us. We're to keep their information confidential. We're to be loyal to them. We have to be loyal to them to the point where we put their needs above even our own. That could affect our income. That could mean we either have to pay for something or don't get paid. It doesn't happen a lot, but it could, but it's that level. And we'll get into all that with chapter 7 and also chapter 8. 7 is about agency in general. 8 applies it more, and we look at the actual documents involved. But combined, you can see right here, 7 is a total of 21 questions on both the national and state. 8 is another 15. It's a bunch. And then the next one, 9 and 10, in chapter 9, there will be 13 questions on the national section. It's about basic contract law. And then chapter 10 takes that basic contract law and applies it specifically to North Carolina. We look at the actual sales contract provisions. There's 5 questions total about that. Then we get into finance. And there are 12 questions about finance, real estate finance, mortgages, types of loans like conventional, VA, FHA, the primary mortgage market, the secondary mortgage market, what happened in 2008, and how that applies to today. Then comes closing a transaction. There's not many questions from that chapter. However, there's a lot of calculation potential questions in the closing chapter. And as we see when we keep going on along, there are going to be 8 mathematics, which means calculation questions on the national section. So a lot of those will be closing related. So it's really kind of, who knows, 5, 6 out of these 8, plus the 2 listed here about the actual procedures of a closing. Then comes valuation at 6 problems, and then license law and commission rules, 10 out of the 40 on the state section. And all of this is talking about the PSI exam. However, the class final tries to emulate that PSI as close as they can guess that it might be like. Because again, those test questions are super sacred. They don't like those to be revealed. So we're just kind of guessing based on experience and what the Real Estate Commission will share with us. Oh, this document, it's called the Relink book, and it's available a couple of places. One of the first emails we sent you, but then also in Notion via the Google Drive. Oops. Hey, Taylor. Here's Notion. let's see where you at. That one. So if you're on Notion, am I sharing it? Let me make sure I'm sharing it. There we go. These Zoom windows are just popping up all over the place. So I'm always looking and finding them. I don't know why they don't remain consistent. Here's Notion. If we scroll down to Google Drive, there it is. Google Drive with the materials you need. Click on that, and it takes you to your student folder, which I will now show you as I share again. There we go. And that's what it looks like. So, good time to revisit this thing. It's not letting me zoom in, so I apologize. Hope you can see it. We've got the policy and procedures manual. We're pretty much done with that. As long as all of you have signed that last page and sent it in, that'd be great. The study schedule that we've been going by, there's a copy of it. I guess I accidentally did that. The syllabus that you should be using a lot, the square footage guidelines, which is a yellow booklet that we don't need yet, but we will be using eventually. And then here is where the relink is living. NCREC docs, meaning the Real Estate Commission, North Carolina Real Estate Commission documents. If you double click on that, open it up, there it is. The relink book that has the chart, the license law, real estate license law, 93A related things, the commission rules, real estate commission rules are referred to as 58, and then the comment section, which I hope by now you have read through completely at least once, hopefully more like twice, the whole thing. 20 some pages? Yeah, 23 pages. That's not that bad. Read through this thing, guys. And that's really 22 pages because that's nothing. Read through it, highlight it, underline it. Even if we don't cover it that week, still go through this thing. Because when it is time for us to go through it, you just want to be at the point of reviewing it. Then I have some math. We don't need that yet. There's some closing calculation problems. There's a math workbook. Oh, by the way, this is something that might be useful to some of you who have some math phobia. It's really detailed. It's like almost 50 pages, including a quiz, an answer key. There's a version with answers and a version without. Look at the one without first. Try to struggle through the one without. It even goes down so simply as to talk about decimals, subtraction, division, addition. The founder of the school, Margie Bell, hired someone to put this together years ago, paid a lot of money for that. So it's useful, and it's just a resource. Some pages you may not find helpful, but skim through it, see what you need to take what you need, right? Take what you need from it. It's got things about taxes, which we already have talked about. Interest, we'll get into that in finance. So yeah, do this. Scroll down through it. You have had access to it the whole time, but that's what it is. Math workbook with solutions and without. Look at the one without first. And then some calculation formulas, a PDF about that probably won't matter much to you yet. We haven't gotten into all of this stuff yet, but it's just sort of the T formulas and of those various things. I would suggest you make your own. As we get to them one by one, keep a page in your notebook handy and jot down T formula for annual tax, T formula for excise tax, which we'll get to tonight, the T formula for annual interest, which really is kind of like the one for annual tax, but you'll see what I mean later. Got some problems. It's kind of archaic, but I hand wrote this one, and really it's just, this is the 5 practice problems I made, which you can now do because we learned how to do it last night. So maybe look at this one. So if you look at this first slide of horrible handwriting, take number 1 for a market value of 183,000, a tax value that's 85% of that market value, and a tax rate of $1.27 per hundred, calculate the annual tax bill. And then same thing for all of them. We've got, I don't think I have any with a mill rate on here, but these are all dollar per hundred related tax rates. And then for each one, number one is in order. In red is the solution. So just a sort of a little quiz for yourself you can take. So that's the math. The forms we'll get to as needed, and they are literally the sample forms of the things we use in real life. The working with agents brochure we'll talk about in agencies, a disclosure that we have to provide to clients or potential clients. And then, oh wow, look at that. I already have the exams in here. Won't do you much good till you learn the content, but feel free. These are at your adults, guys. I know this. I recognize that. And as such, you have responsibility for your results. Therefore, the midterm is here. The answer key to the midterm is here. It would be foolish to look at the answers before you fully complete the midterm. That's not helping you a bit. I think you know that. So I give it to you. I'm not trying to portion out stuff because you're some person incapable of self-control. So take it for what it is. They're all here. And each of the practice exams plus their answer keys are here. So best practice, best results for you is to take the full exam top to bottom, beginning to end, struggle through it, resist the temptation to look up the answer one at a time. Look at the whole thing, struggle through it, because sometimes on the real test, you'll be frustrated. You'll skip one because you can. Hit the button that lets you skip it and come back later. Keep on going, because maybe another test question will have something in it, either the question or an answer choice that reminds you of what you needed to help you with that one you were first confused about. Does that make sense? And that's just test-taking skill that you will only develop by flexing that muscle, doing the reps, doing the repetitions, like my student today said, right? It's all already here for you. There's the Google Drive. Use it as you will. Okay. We did a couple of chapters last night, so let's review that in the form of a poll session. So I am going to talk about property taxation. I'm launching this poll. You guys, hopefully it popped up. Did it pop up? Give me a nod or a thumbs up. Okay, good. Take your time. Go through it. It's 10 questions. This is anonymous. So when we go back and review it here in a minute after everybody's gone through it, it won't say which of you answered what. It'll just show that 40% of the class answered this one, 20% answered the other one, etc. And it will just be a way to talk about as a review and let you get a little experience taking some tests. So I'm going to remarkably be quiet for the most part for a few minutes while you work on this. Got a couple of more yet to finish up. So we'll go over this in the next minute or so as our last couple folks finish. All right, let's go. I am going to share these results. Let's talk about them. Good job. Look at you guys. The Latin phrase ad valorem, referring to our property tax system, means what? It means at value, at the tax value, in other words, or maybe even at the market value if it's that 8th year that we'll talk about in a minute. The legislation that regulates our property tax system in North Carolina is called what? And that one is called the Machinery Act. I can't think of much to help you remember that. I don't blame you for choosing Assessment Act, as a few of you did, because that really makes more sense. But you just need to know, anytime legislation is passed, it's usually not just one thing. It's a bill that has lots of different things in it. That's how those darn reds and blues, either side of the aisle, doesn't matter which one you are or neither, that's how they keep a job. Because the Reds, the Republicans want some stuff and the Democrats want some stuff, and the Republicans propose a bill and it's got all this stuff, and maybe you like 3 of the things but not the 4th thing, and the blue doesn't like this or that, and they go back and forth. It's like, can't we just get it done? And that's why we can't. But the thing that is for taxes, the legislation that regulates that kind of outlines our system for how we calculate taxes and handle it, that we studied last night, is called the Machinery Act. Maybe you could remember it by thinking the machinery of the taxation system, the inner workings of the system. So just have to flat out memorize that word. Machinery Act is about taxation. A reappraisal of your property value for tax purposes is required every how many years? Good job. Most of you got that one. Every 8 years. Anybody remember? You could speak up or put it in the chat. What's the name of this every 8-year reevaluation effort? What's it called? Some kind of reappraisal. Some word that relates to the number 8, reappraisal. Tell me in the chat, or you could speak up. Anyone? Close. Oct something, OCT something. Octennial, there it is. Thank you. Octennial reappraisal is that thing where the government puts a new tax value on everything across the board. Because every 8 years, there's probably been some development. There's probably been the need for more resources that have to be paid for with those tax dollars. So there is a thing every 4 years. So that was me being a typical test giver, giving you something that you're going to sort of recognize and get maybe confused. So there is a 4-year thing. There's an 8-year thing. The 8-year thing was the right one here, octennial reappraisal. But the 4-year thing is about a horizontal adjustment that can be done Possibly, optionally. It's up to the government. If they decide, well, we've had even faster growth these last 4 years, so let's not wait the total of 8. Let's go ahead and reevaluate now. So we have the money we need to support all the people that have moved in, all the new construction, all the additional needs we have because of growth. So that's a horizontal adjustment that is an optional thing a government could choose to do every 4 years. But the octennial reappraisal is done every 8 years, mandatory, required. How often could the property tax rate change? The tax rate is different. So we just talked about tax value. That is changed or at least looked at, reevaluated every 8 years. But the tax rate is potentially changed every year. That could change every year, may not. It may not change at all from one year to the next for several years in a row, but it could. So if you think about it, those are two ways your tax bill could go up. Your value could go up, or your tax rate could go up. The value is your specific value. The rate applies to everybody. So the rate could change. Do you remember what month? What month could, if it's going to change, the new rate will be published every year in what month? The rate is changed. If it's going to change, what month is that put out there? Good job. It's in July. It's in July. And a way to remember that I just thought about is July is also the first month of our real estate licensing year, right? Because if you recall, from the first week, you've got to pay your real estate dues, $45 renewal fee is a better word for it, on June 30th because July 1st is the first day of the real estate licensing year. So maybe that'll help you remember it. Tax rate could change every year, and it will be posted in July for that given year. When are property taxes due and payable? When are those property taxes due and payable? I'm seeing a little bit of confusion, but most of you got that right. September 1st. September 1st is when they're due and payable. What are these other dates? Well, you just remembered what the other date is. July 1st is about tax rate. September 1st is when the bill is able to be paid. The bill is able to be paid September 1st. And you have all the way until December 31st to pay it without penalty or late fee or anything. So January 1st is the first day when it's past due for that previous year. What is always paid first in the order of repaying liens against a property? Well, you took that from the session last night. Look at that, 100%, all of you. Property taxes is the first lien holder. The first place in the lien lineup are property taxes. Good job. Because the government wrote the law and they put themselves first, right? Of course they did. What is the bucket, so to speak, the bucket of liens that are specific to a property? What are they called? Oh, look, specific liens. That's what they're called. Specific to the property, those are the specific liens. Tell me in the chat examples of specific liens. Everybody participation, full participation. Somebody put in the chat. What are some examples of specific to the property types of liens? Good start. Good. Equity line of credit, mortgages. Those are specific to the property. What else? Yep. Taxes specific to the property. Mechanics lien. I was looking for that one. Good job. Yep. So they are all types of specific liens. And then the other kind that are in the bucket that is secondary to specific liens, because that bucket is the general liens, and those general liens apply both to your real property and to your personal property. It could include car taxes that are behind. It includes IRS. It includes, yeah, thank you, India. Commercial property liens are another example of specific liens. IRS, North Carolina Revenue, those aren't specific to the property. Those are specific to you, the person. Therefore, they're general. They're general liens. They apply to you, the person. You're going to carry those through life. When you sell that property, if there's not enough money to pay back any of those liens, you're carrying them with you. So general liens are not specific to the property. They encompass both the real and the personal property of someone. What number, look at that, 100%. What number do you divide the mill rate by in order to turn it into the right decimal? When you're calculating annual taxes, mill rate, divide by 1,000. Great job. Look at that. And then what two factors are multiplied together to get annual taxes on a property? I just asked you a math question that did not require a calculator, and they'll do that too. So those 8 questions we saw from the Relink book, 8 math questions, those are just calculator type questions or calculation questions. They could ask you more official sort of math questions, but they are like this. They're worded like this. So what two factors are multiplied? What's the formula? What's that T formula that hopefully you have a page in the notebook where you're keeping these? Now we're starting to get into them. Write that circle formula or T formula, and it's annual taxes on top, and we get it by multiplying the tax rate by the tax value. Tax rate times the tax value gives us annual taxes. Not the assessed value multiplied by the tax value, because those two things are the same number. The tax value is the assessed value. That was just a decoy answer. I just gave you words that you would recognize, but you got to be able to have a mastery of this material so that even these little decoys that are kind of tricky, because I gave you 2 words that you thought were familiar, but they're the wrong thing. The rate, once you learn more of this math and see how all these T formulas have things in common, I mentioned it last night. Many of the math problems involve a rate of some sort. And what did I say? The rate always goes on the bottom. It's one of the 2 things on the bottom of that T formula. So if you'd have remembered that and read down through these answer choices, the things on the bottom are multiplied together. You could have possibly logically thought of it that way. Not really knew the answer, but thought, well, I know the rate goes on the bottom. The 2 bottom things are multiplied together, so maybe the answer choice that has a rate multiplied by something is the right answer. So that might be a way that you get some free points just by logically putting it 2 and 2 together, so to speak. And then finally, what number is the dollars per 100 divided by 100%? Good job. And it's kind of looking at you. It's staring you in the face in the test question, because dollars per 100 means dollars divided by 100. And there it is. By the way, you could take that dollars per 100 rate. Let's say it's like $1.30 per 100. You could say $1.30, 1.3 divided by 100. But what else could you do in the calculator instead of divided by 100? Anybody know offhand? How else could you get that proper decimal that you need instead of pushing the button that's the divided button and the 100 buttons? The percent key. When it comes to dollars per 100 method, all you got to do is say $1.30 or 1.3 and then the percent sign, because that percent sign is literally dividing whatever you just put in by 100, because percent means per 100. So you can't do that for mill rate. I don't want to confuse you. Don't try to take the mill rate like 13 mils. Don't do 13 and then the percent sign, because you would have just divided by 100 and you needed to divide by 1,000. So just a little nuance, just a little something to think about. If that's confusing or intimidating, forget it. You don't need to know it. It's just a little thing that I thought might be useful. Let me do another one. No, let's wait. I'll save that one. I'll save that one when we need to wake up a little bit later. We left off with 4. We talked about describing property. So last night we ended with chapter 4, and we still have a good ways to go in it. And so let's do a little quick review of it. Talked about how to transfer a title. That involved describing property, which we had already kind of learned. A legal description is needed. If you're going to sell property to somebody, you better make sure you sell the right thing. If you own several properties, you don't want to sell them the wrong one of the thing you own, right? So the most common kind of property description is, or the proper legal types of property description for North Carolina are these 3. These are the 3 methods of legal description in North Carolina. Meets and bounds is the best one. Referencing a recorded plat map. And how will you know it's a plat map reference? It probably will have words like lot number and block number. Lot 38, block E, or block 430. Might be a number, might be a letter, because it's the lot in the block on that plat map. And then a reference to a prior recorded deed. Words you might see when it's relating to a recorded deed is a book and a page number. Because if you go to the Register of Deeds website or physical location, you can search by book and page number. What book? It's big black books. A lot of times they're long, sort of like legal paper on its side. So big old black books, catalogs and catalogs on shelves and shelves and shelves. And then a whole bunch more online too. And they're all, most counties are searchable online. So you could just put in the book and page where the deed is located from years and years ago. We talked about the government rectangular survey method. Oh, well, and that's townships and sections. A township has 36 sections. A township is 6 miles square. A section is 1 mile square. What are those vertical lines called? The north-south running lines in a township. Anybody remember? There you go. Meridians and ranges. Here it is. Principal meridian is the one in the middle of the town. Or the one in the middle. Range lines are the other vertical north-south lines. Base lines and tier lines are the east-west running lines. Those are words related to the government rectangular survey system. Meets and bounds is not this at all. Meets and bounds is the other kind of legal description that we use in North Carolina in the original 13 colonies plus Texas. So that would not be a term that comes up with regard to government rectangular survey. We talked about, the deed. The deed is the title, like the title to your car. It's the title to your property. And that deed represents those bundle of legal rights you have when you own property. And it's the thing that proves you own it. It's got your name on it. It's got the person you bought it from. It's got their name on it, giving it to you. And write this down. We'll talk about it more, but the only person who signs the deed. Who do you think is the one who signs the deed? The seller or the buyer? It's only one. It's not both. Think about your car. If you ever sold a car, who signed the title of the car over? Same thing for the deed. Who signs the new deed? That's it. The grantor, who is the seller. Thank you, Brian. Seller's the only one who signs the deed. The buyer does not sign it. Just the seller. But it does have the buyer's name on it because it was written specifically for this transaction. It's not the same deed that the seller had when they bought it because that was the previous seller selling it to the current seller. And now this current seller is selling it to you. You're the buyer, so it's going to have both of your names on it. theirs and yours. And only they sign it. You don't have to sign this one. You sign plenty of others, plenty of other documents you'll sign at a closing, but not this one. So the grantor, they like to ask this question in practice tests, and I don't know about the PSI, but I can only imagine it'd be a good testable question. Who signs the deed? The grantor, not the grantee. We'll see later that OR words, grantor, is the giver of a thing, the giver of a document. The EE words, grantee, is the receiver. That's how y'all remember it, receiver. Grantor, grantee. Leasor, leasee. Leasor is the giver of the lease. Leasee is the receiver of the lease or the tenant. Offers. The offeror is the one who makes the offer. It could be the buyer or the seller, by the way. Seller could make an offer as well, called a counter offer. Offeree, EEE, right? Offeree is the one who receives it. So we'll see that OREE thing in other areas. Transferring title involves voluntary acceptance, delivery of the deed, and then acceptance of the deed. In North Carolina, more specifically, when has that deed considered to have been accepted? When in North Carolina do we consider the deed accepted? Not just when the buyer takes it from the seller or receives it, but what specific occasion is signifying the acceptance of that deed? Yeah, you got it. When it's recorded. When that deed is recorded at the courthouse, the Register of Deeds, online is fine. Because they close at 4. And that's a big issue sometimes. If we don't get the closing, if the settlement runs past 4, now the deed won't be recorded today. It's going to have to be recorded tomorrow or the next business day. Sometimes that could be Monday. So you go the whole weekend. And who lives there? Who gets to move in? That depends on the buyer and the seller. There's no law about that. We touched on this right at the end last night. So let's pick it back up. We've had everybody sign all the papers. The seller has signed their stuff. The buyer has signed their things. And the buyer has more things to sign because they have to get a lot of loan documents signed, the loan package, if they got a mortgage. And finally, it's done, but it's 4:05 on a Friday. Well, what we just did was a settlement. Settlement is when everyone signs. We did not have a closing, though. It can't close because the deed can't get recorded until Monday. And heaven forbid, it's a holiday weekend, so then the deed wouldn't get recorded till Tuesday. The problem now is the buyer was planning to own this house through the weekend. They have a moving truck full of all their stuff. They're homeless. They don't have a place. They just sold their place. They probably closed on that this morning. Now they tried to buy this one, so now they have nothing until it's officially recorded. They may not have anywhere to go. The seller has concerns too because they wanted to do stuff with that money and they don't get that money yet. Nobody gets keys or money until it records. How about that? Nobody gets keys or money until it records unless the parties agree. What if the buyer and seller are pretty cool with each other? They're like, you're a cool guy. You guys have been great to me. We like each other. They like each other. And maybe that seller is in no particular hurry and they just kind of feel okay about the buyer. Maybe they remind them of themselves when they first bought. Who knows? That seller could tell the buyer, you know what? I feel bad for you. I was in your situation. All your stuff is on a moving truck out in the parking lot. You drove it here to the attorney's office for this closing. And now it's not a closing. You got 2 more days. But you know what? I like you. Here's the keys. I don't have my money yet, but I'm confident it's going to work out fine. Here are the keys. You can go ahead and move in if you want to. But that would be a decision for that seller, for those sellers. As brokers, what advice do we give? We officially need to feel nervous about that arrangement because here's what could go wrong. The owner is still the seller. The buyer is really a tenant for the next 2 days. If they get to move in early, they're just a renter because that seller might be nice enough to go ahead and give the buyer the keys, but they might not be nice enough to let the buyer stay there for free for those 2 days. And so they might say, I'll let you move in early, but you got to pay me a couple of days of rent. It might be like $100. It's probably going to be whatever the seller's mortgage payment is divided by down to the day. The interest on their mortgage down to the daily interest, just so that they can cover their payment, right? So that they're not giving somebody the 2 days for free. And there's a document just for that situation. It's called a buyer possession. No, it'd be a buyer possession after closing would be one way to do it. If we close and let the buyer stay there, a seller possession before closing would be if we let the seller, seller possession after closing. If we let them stay after the closing, buyer possession before closing if they get to move in early. So that's what it would be, buyer possession before closing. Because we had a settlement but not a closing. We're not going to close till Monday. So you need a form, a little miniature lease is all it really is. Because it spells out who's responsible for homeowner dues for these couple of days, who's responsible for the maintenance, who's responsible for taxes. And so the buyer's going to pay what amount of rent. Because by the way, guys, we're optimistic it's going to close on Monday, but it might not. What if Monday rolls around, the person at the Register of Deeds office tries to record the deed, but before they do that, they have to check the property file one more time to see if any additional lien holders have come forward and tried to put a lien against the property. And if so, what if another mechanic's lien shows up? Well, now that's got to be dealt with. In other words, that closing we thought was going to be on Monday might turn into Tuesday or Wednesday or Friday, or maybe, who knows? Now people are really ticked off. Now we've got some big issues because everybody had it all lined up. One thing, next thing, closing on this, closing on the next, blah, blah, blah. Moving plans. If you've got to get your stuff off the moving truck and then put it back on the next moving truck several days later, well, that's still twice the moving expenses. And the moving company is not going to help you through this. They're going to charge twice the moving expenses, right? It's very sensitive, very pressure filled sometimes. And it really could draw out. Hopefully it won't. Knock on wood. Haven't seen additional last minute liens pop up too often in my years, but that's what could happen. And that's why a closing is not official until it's recorded. It's all about those liens that could pop in at the last minute. So that's how that works in real life. Some terminology for title transfer is alienation. That means you're alienating or separating yourself from the property you're selling. Alienation, we'll see that again in another chapter. Voluntary means you're doing it because you want to. You're either giving the property to someone, transferring the deed to someone because you like them, you want to give it to them for free, or you're selling it to them. And then an involuntary title transfer is because you got sued. There's some court action that requires you give up the property. Foreclosure, you've got to give up the property. You did agree to let the property be the collateral for the loan, but now you didn't pay. The lender decided to foreclose. You got to give up the property. Not happy about it. Goes back to that voluntary sort of happy, involuntary sort of sad thing. An executor. An executor is someone who carries out the wishes of the deceased person. When you die and you have a will, you identify someone to be the executor of your estate. That's the poor, unlucky person that has to deal with the bad memories and all the, who knows, you might be super organized, you might not be. Whoever really expects to die. Some people who are sick a long time, but many times it's like catches people off guard. And so that executor's got to pick up those pieces and put to rest your estate. That could involve paying off a car loan, could involve credit cards that are due, outstanding mortgages, contracts for sale. What if someone is in the middle of a contract to buy real estate, but they die? That contract still exists. It does not die with the person. So that executor has to deal with that contract and fulfill that sale because the buyer still has the right to buy the property even though the original seller passed away. So all those things are what the executor handles. There's an old-fashioned word when it's a female executor, and I doubt we use that anymore. But sort of like how it's not waiter, waitress, it's server these days. But my favorite word, it's executrix. And executrix, Trix, is when it's a female, but probably both. It's probably executor for both these days. Probate is that process for settling the will, carrying out that legal process for settling someone's estate. Not necessarily, if there could be no will, but probate is settling the estate. It's the process that the executor has to go through. And anybody that receives property, assets, money, cars, real estate, any items from the will, the silverware, the guns, the guitars, the furniture, whoever's receiving things through that probate process, through the will, is the beneficiary. And there might be lots of different ones. My wife's mother, my mother-in-law, asked us the last time she was here over Christmas. She's just planning ahead. She's in good health. She's only like 72, I think. And she's like, what do you want? What do you want me to leave you in my will? And my wife is the most streamlined, non-collector person in the whole world. And she's like, nothing. I don't want things on the shelf. I think she finally decided on something she had given her mom as a gift, like a blanket or something. Just give that back to me. But that's about it. She doesn't want things. But the beneficiary is the one getting those things. 2 words about the will. If you have one, if you leave one, have one made, and you die with it intact, then you die testate. Testate means with a will. You got a will. But many people, again, don't expect to die, and so they didn't get around to it. It was on the list, it didn't get done. And if they die without a will, the word for that is intestate. So if we're talking about real estate left to someone in a will, then that would be a form of voluntary alienation. You're leaving it. You're transferring that property to someone in your will because you meant to. But here's what happens if you die without a will in North Carolina. If there's no will, the next thing is the executor is going to look for any heirs. Are there any heirs? And if there are no heirs, there's no will, there's a big question mark. What do they want to do? Nobody knows. No will, no heirs. The state of North Carolina will take the property by this process called escheat, E-S-C-H-E-A-T. I'll put it in the chat. So that is what's done if someone dies with no will or no heirs. This weird E word, you do need to know it. That's a word, just a vocabulary word to know. What is escheat? It's when you die without a will and have no heirs to leave your stuff to. North Carolina will take it. They're so helpful. Take that property. And therefore, it's considered involuntary alienation because it's not the best situation. I would rather have a say in who gets the things that I have, including my real estate. Voluntary alienation means the owner chose. They made choices. They said, I'm giving it to so-and-so. I'm either selling it to someone, giving it to someone, or leaving it to someone. If you gifted your property to someone, there's a special deed for that, a gift deed. And we'll see later that gift deed means if you get a free property from somebody, you better record that gift within 2 years or they could take it back. So maybe capitalize on the moment they're feeling generous. Make sure you record the deed so that you get to keep it so they can't say, you know what, that was stupid, never mind, or I want money for it. I'm kind of kidding, but that is the way it works. You have to record that gift deed within 2 years or they can choose to take it back and there's nothing you can do about it. And then involuntary alienation, sad, against the owner's wishes, usually a court-ordered thing. Foreclosure, because of a lien, because when you get your mortgage, you sign something promising to pay it back. And you also sign another thing promising that you'll put the property up as collateral so that if you don't pay it back, they can take it from you. We'll get way into that when we get to finance, so I won't talk about it now. But Lien foreclosure is involuntary alienation. If you don't pay the mortgage, you can't stay in the house. If you don't pay, you can't stay. At some point, they'll send you to foreclosure. They'll get to take it back. So that lender takes the property back to pay off the debts that are owed, both to themselves plus all the other debts that might be owed. We talked about this already. Adverse possession, private property with a cloud. If there's a cloud on the title, then only for 7 years. If somebody else uses it openly, continuously, exclusively, adversely, and notoriously, they could petition the court to get ownership of the property. And if the property has no clouded title, it's going to take longer. It's going to take 20 years of this open, continuous, exclusive, adverse, notorious behavior. One way that you could mess this up for someone who's trying to do it this way is to give them permission to use it. Maybe somehow a neighbor tattles on them, tells you, oh, somebody's been using your property, and you go investigate and you realize, oh, well, shoot, didn't know this was happening. That's what makes it notorious. But you say to that person, hey, you know what? Enjoy. I give you permission. You just killed the notorious part of this. Now they can't file to petition the court to get ownership because you ruined it for them. Right? So the best way, testable question, how can you, void someone's attempt at adverse possession of your property? Give them permission to use it, which, by the way, you could revoke later. There's escheat, the government's right to revert, reversionary right. Someone's asking, does the permission in that adverse possession have to be documented? Yeah, you would probably need to, since we're dealing with the court, then in writing, some sort of I guess you're just testifying to knowing about it, and then you could say so in court. These are just kind of the official rules there. As far as how it actually shakes out in real life, I don't know. Thank goodness I've never had to deal with a client going through this, because it sounds like it's going to cause a big delay in me getting this thing closed and therefore earn the money, right? So I don't want to deal with it, but good question. I don't think you'll be tested on something to that level here. And here's escheat, the government's reversionary right. They can take the property if the property's abandoned, meaning owner dies with no will and no heirs. Escheat happens when the owner dies intestate, meaning no will, and without any heirs. In North Carolina, this will show up on the North Carolina state portion of the exam. We talked about these words, eminent domain, how the government can take property, not really take it, but buy it. They have to pay for it, but you don't have much say in whether they can buy it or not. You can't just turn them down because it's for the public good. It's got to be something officially for the good of the public. They've got to compensate the person whose property it is, and the person must have access to the due process of law. They could take them to court over it and say, I want you to prove that you have the right to do this. I shouldn't have to give it up because of this or that or the other. Probably don't have much leg to stand on, but it would be a little too anti-American, I guess you could say, if we could just seize property, right? So it's got to be for the public good. Prove it. It's got to involve compensating the person whose property it is, and the person must be given access to due process to fight it. Although good luck. If the government can prove it's for the public good and that they're compensating it fairly, compensating the owner fairly, then it's probably going to be tough to win that case. There was a case in North Carolina where a development, like a fancy commercial development, restaurants, entertainment, tried to do eminent domain and actually got it. But real quick, that was looked upon with disfavor, and we don't really do that in North Carolina anymore. For the most part, it's going to need to be for the public good. Prove it, right? Is it for the public good, or is it for this developer's bottom line that they get a profit? So that's the real issue there. Here's a big testable item. Think about this. The deed is created specific to the owner and the buyer, the seller and the buyer. That deed is made by the attorney. The closing attorney writes the new deed. And the information that they need in order to write up this new deed is going to come from the contract for sale, the contract that the seller and buyer agreed upon and signed. So that attorney is going to read that contract. We send it to them when we set up a closing. When it goes under contract, that we send it to the attorney and say, okay, we want to close on May 15th. Here's the contract. Do your thing. In the meantime, the buyer broker is helping their buyer figure out inspections that they want to have done, line them up, maybe go attend them, negotiate for repair issues. And then the seller's agent, the listing agent, is not having to do that much because they did most of what they were supposed to do. They found a ready, willing, and able buyer, hopefully able. So they're just there maybe to let some people in as needed to guide their seller through the under contract phase. But when that attorney in the meantime here is writing the new deed, there are some elements that have to be in that deed, essential elements of the deed. There's additional information that's going to be in that deed also, probably. Those are called non-essential elements of a deed, but they're still a good idea. So the thing that makes what we're about to look at essential elements of a deed, think of it this way. If these items that we're about to see are not in the deed, then it's not a valid deed. It's not valid. It's not good. It's not good enough. So these are the things that make it good enough, that make it a valid deed. Those other things that we're going to look at don't affect the validity of it, but if they're not there, it's still a valid deed. But if they are there, it's just better because there's more information. So let's talk about what does it take to make a deed valid? And it's not much stuff. It needs to be in writing. For a deed to be valid, it needs to be in writing because you can't record it unless it's in writing. To be valid, the one selling it, giving it, has to be legally competent, legally able, have legal capacity. And when we see this phrase legal capacity, I want you to think three things. Anybody know them? Who knows the words for legal capacity? Tell me in the chat. What three words do we use to signify if someone is legally able to conduct their own affairs? It's this. 18, sane, and sober. 18, sane, and sober. So the grantor, in order for it to be a valid deed, must have legal capacity to handle their affairs, be 18, sane, and sober. Essential elements of a deed, be in writing. The grantor have legal capacity and identify both buyer and seller, both grantor and grantee. They must be identified. It doesn't mean they both sign it, but they're both on there. They're both written into it. So-and-so as seller is selling to this and that as buyer. And then we must adequately identify the property. What's adequate identification called about a property? To adequately identify a property, what do we need to use? What method signifies adequate identification? That's good. Meets and bounds is what type of description? One of three, but what are all three considered? They are considered blank description. What's the legal description of the property? There it is. Thank you, India. Property must be adequately identified using one of the legal description methods. One of the three. Meets and bounds, referencing a prior recorded deed, or referencing a prior recorded plat map. Got to include the legal description. What you're also going to see is the street address, but that doesn't make the deed valid or not. It's just going to be on there because it's smart to put it on there. Because why not? So That deed also has to have words that explain the purpose, also called adequate words of conveyance. The attorney's going to write, so and so seller is conveying the property to so and so buyer under these circumstances, making these promises, which we'll learn about later. Words of conveyance, adequate identification using a legal description, identification of the grantor and grantee, making sure the grantor is legally capable, has legal capacity, and write it out. Must be in writing and signed only by the seller, grantor. Finally, must be delivered and voluntarily accepted, which in North Carolina means recorded. This is what's required for that deed to be considered valid. If it's not considered valid, it's called void. So we want it to be valid. Know these things. Learn these things. Think about, what would if I were the president of the whole world and I thought and I needed to declare, here's how we're going to make a valid deed. You'd probably pick these things. These are good ideas. What you don't see in this list is the word recorded. The word recorded is not in this list. So recording the deed, this is going to blow your mind. This is the source of confusion on this topic for many students. It doesn't affect the validity of the deed if it's not recorded. So recordation is not an essential element of a deed. If it's not recorded, it's still a valid deed as long as these other things are in place. In writing, legal capacity, identify the parties, identify the property, have words of conveyance, signed by grantor, delivery and acceptance. Now, yes, I know, I just heard your mind. You thought, well, but voluntary acceptance means recorded. Well, in North Carolina it does, but across the country, not necessarily. Delivery and acceptance is its own thing. And it just so happens that in North Carolina, acceptance also means recorded, but a good test question would be, what is a non-essential element of a deed? And if it's got three of these things and then the word recorded, the best answer is recorded. Because here it is. These are the non-essential elements of a deed. It doesn't mean these things aren't on the deed. They probably are. It probably is dated. It definitely is dated. It probably has been witnessed by someone and also notarized by a notary public. It has also been recorded. It probably does state how much it was paid for it in some way, or there's information on there where you can figure out how much was paid for it, what was the price. And then it probably does have a seal, which all that really means is the word seal in parentheses next to the people who sign it, or the person who signs it. So all of these are not bad ideas. It's just that none of these things make the deed valid. They should probably most all be on there, and they probably are. I say probably because I'm talking about across the whole state. Cities, towns, all these different, there's 100 counties in North Carolina. There's a whole bunch of cities. So how do they all do it? Different ways. But what makes a deed essential, valid, what makes a deed valid in North Carolina is not these things, although these things are probably on the deed. What makes it valid are these things. Know the difference. Make a chart. Draw a line down the middle of the page. Write essential on the left at the top, non-essential on the right. And then put down that list, the essential elements of a deed versus the non-essential elements. When we're done with class tonight, try to do that from memory. And you probably won't get it, because I wouldn't either. But then look it up. Look up in your notes or your screen capture, your picture you just took of these two slides. If you need me to slow down or go back, let me know. And create this thing and think through it. Don't just try to memorize the words. Really think why this stuff matters, why it was decided that this is the way it works. because this is the stuff that could be easy points, but it could also be confusing. And, when you read these non-essential elements, you're like, well, why aren't they on the deed? Well, they probably are. But it's not about whether they're on the deed or not. It's about, do they affect the validity of it legally? Would a judge look at that deed and say, is this a valid deed? If they see these things, that's not affecting their determination of the value or the validity of that deed. It's if they see these things. Oh, as I was belaboring this point to the point of excruciating detail, we blew past a break. So I'll see you in 10 minutes. wish I would have. And I'll do it again just to stay on top, stay fresh, because I also want to write my own test bank and include it for you guys in the future. I doubt I'll have them done for you guys, but that's in the long-term plan. There we go. Okay, as we share screen again, here we go. So know those valid elements, essential elements of a valid deed, as well as the non-essential elements of a valid deed. Don't forget the seller / grantor is the only one who signs it. And that's who it is. Grantee is the buyer, grantor is the seller. The buyer is getting it from the seller, receiving it from the seller who's giving it. He's the giver versus the receiver. Here's some of the other words that have that OREE thing going on. And we'll get into these other words in later chapters, but the deed, grantor is the seller, grantee is the buyer, the giver of it, the receiver of it. The offer, the offeror is the buyer, the offeree is the seller. But if it's a counter offer, because you know that buyer is going to make an offer to the seller might not take it. They might say, no, I don't like that, but I will do this. And now the seller has become the offeror. So just be aware of that possibility, which we'll deal with in chapters 9 and 10. The lease. Somebody's renting something. The leaseor is the giver of the lease, the landlord. The leasee is the tenant. The mortgage. This one is confusing because I would have probably thought it was switched. The mortgagor is the borrower, the one borrowing the money, because the mortgage is not the thing that talks about how much you got to repay. As we'll learn in the finance chapter, the mortgage is the thing that pledges the property as collateral. And therefore, the borrower is giving the property up as collateral for the loan. They're given the thing. The borrower is the mortgagor. The lender is the mortgagee. They're giving the collateral to the lender. An option to purchase. We'll get more into that later, but that's when someone buys an amount of time. They're not buying the property. They may not ever buy the property. What they're buying is an amount of time from the seller that they and only themselves can sit back and decide if they actually do want to go through with buying it or not. That's what an option to purchase is. They're given an option to purchase it, literally. Now, that seller in an option to purchase has to sit there and wait and see what the buyer wants to do. Why would somebody do an option to purchase? Well, maybe the buyer's not sure they want to buy it. They're waiting on some future other action to happen to decide if it's going to be something they want to buy, like the zoning change. Maybe they've requested the zoning be changed to what they need it for in order to do the business thing they want to build. They want to build a mini storage facility, but the zoning has to change to I-1 or C1 or C2 or something commercial or industrial. It's currently residential. Well, if they can't get the zoning department to agree to change it, or the zoning board, it's got no use to them because they can't put their business on it, the mini storage. So they might want to enter into an option to purchase with a local property owner and say, look, if the zoning changes so that I'm allowed to do what I want to do with it, then I'll probably exercise my option and go ahead and buy it from you. But if they don't, then I don't want to buy it. I don't need it. They are paying for the privilege of that time during which they can choose it to buy it. And what they're paying with is called an option fee that seller gets to keep. And so the one giving the option to purchase is the seller. The one receiving the option to purchase or not purchase is the buyer. And then there's this other thing called a contract for deed. When you see the phrase contract for deed, think seller financing. That's all it is. The seller is both the seller of the property and the lender. So instead of making a mortgage payment to a bank, the buyer in that situation would be the paying the mortgage to the seller. The seller's the bank. Contract for deed is seller financing. And in that one, it's kind of a couple of weird words that really kind of make no sense, but you're just going to have to memorize them. Seller is a vendor. Buyer is the vendee. When you see vendor and vendee, that means it's a seller financing contract for deed situation. We'll see more of those later. Okay. Now, these deeds serve different purposes, right? Some deeds, not all deeds are alike. Let me, first of all, pause for a minute and show you some real deed examples here. Here we go. There we are. Let's look at some random deeds. These are not specific to North Carolina necessarily. I just Googled deeds because I want you to see kind of what they could look like. Here's one. This looks kind of familiar. There it is. It's a North Carolina deed. A couple things here. Usually it's got some space up there. I don't know why. It just does. And it starts about halfway down. They talk about the excise tax, which we'll learn how to calculate later. The excise tax. It talks about the parcel number, the tax parcel number, but that's not a legal description. But it's okay for it to be there. And then they talk about who's preparing it, the attorney's office that's preparing it. And then finally, what county is it in North Carolina? And then it says the consideration amount. How much is being paid for this thing? This deed has that here. A mailing address of the one who's selling it, the grantor, giving the deed. They grant, they warrant, and they convey to the buyer, fill in the blank, what kind of a deed. Is it a general warranty deed? Is it a special warranty deed? In this case, they're calling it a general warranty deed. That's what we're about to learn next. And then they have a little note here, put in the box the legal description. Fill in the box or attach something. So why would you need to attach an extra page or an extra exhibit? That meets and bounds thing. Okay, good. Let me show you that. Could get pretty lengthy. I want to find a nice, crazy long meets and bounds. This isn't crazy long, but it gives you an idea. It's probably kind of fuzzy, but the idea here is, here's what a meets and bounds description is. It's words. It says, beginning in the center of an old road now vacated at the corner of something, thence along said road bearing north 3 degrees and 1 minute. Minutes are little subfractions of degrees. 3 degrees 1 minute west, 538 feet to a stake. Thence along, it's got these crazy old words. Thence along the line of other lands of so-and-so person bearing north 79 degrees 58 minutes east 326 feet. Are you tired yet? Do you want to be an attorney or paralegal writing these things? And then it says at the end, along an old fence road to the place of beginning. So remember, point of beginning and the point of ending have to be the same. Here we go. Shoot, I wish it were not so fuzzy. But see, that's almost a whole page. And depending on how big the lot is or the property is, it could be 10 acres, 100 acres. It could be many, many pages of this meets and bounds description that they're talking about. And so if on this deed it's many pages, they're going to need to attach an exhibit of all those pages if that's the legal description they choose to use. They may not need to do that. They may not use meets and bounds. Instead, they could just fit what else they could use in the box. They could put a reference to a prior recorded deed, or they could put a reference to a recorded plat map. Let's see what happens if we put that in here. Reference to prior, recorded deed. Just scanning it, just seeing if I can find one real close. Here's an actual deed, not necessarily North Carolina, but you can kind of see the elements in action there. See Exhibit A attached hereto, incorporated herein by this reference. Subject to current taxes and assessments. The intention of this deed is to allow such and such. Those are the words of conveyance, right? The words that say what you're trying to accomplish with the deed. Here's an old one, but it's kind of hard to read. I think you get the idea. So that prior recorded deed thing would fit in here, a reference to a recorded plat. And that's kind of what's happening there. Okay. Okay, here we are back. There we go. Okay. So types of deeds. The deeds are going to be written up depending on the type of deed. It depends on how many promises are being made to the buyer by the seller or to the grantee by the grantor. If the grantor is giving the most complete array of promises to the grantee, then it's a general warranty deed. They're defending the title of the property against anybody who's ever made claims forever and ever. The general warranty type of deed has 5 promises included in it. 5 of them, which we'll see in a minute. A special warranty deed sounds better, but it's not. Special warranty deed only includes 2 of those 5 promises that the seller's given the buyer. Also, when you see special warranty deed, think this. Think the grantor is only giving they're only defending the title for the amount of time they were the actual owners, not for any previous ownership and not for any future ownership. They're defending the title for the period that only they owned the property. So a special warranty deed is not as good as a general warranty deed. When a bank forecloses on someone's loan and takes back the house, which is their right to do, and now they own real estate because they took a house from someone in foreclosure. That's called real estate owned, REO. Anybody ever heard of the term REO property? That's what they're talking about. Real estate owned by the bank. So REO property, the seller's the bank. It's great to be an agent. A broker who works with a bank and lists for sale all of their REO properties because it's a corporate seller and they just want a certain amount and you kind of have a system in place. But a bank is never going to give somebody a general warranty deed. They're trying to limit their liability. They're only going to say, hey, I will defend the deed and any claims made against it from potential third-party owners that claim they own like 10% of it or something such. We're only going to defend that for the time that we owned it. How long did that bank own it? However long it's been since they took it from the person that they foreclosed on. Maybe a year. It probably takes between the time a bank initiates the foreclosure process, if that actually turns into a completed foreclosure, it might be a whole year before they finally get to the point of putting the property on the market for sale. Just because they move slow. It takes a while. And so that amount of time that they had that from when they took it in foreclosure to putting it on the market now, that's what they're promising and protecting. They're defending for the period of that amount of time. Anybody that might have tried to claim ownership during that time is all that bank is defending against. Not anything sooner before that from the previous owners, and certainly not in the future. So a special warranty deed is not as good as a general. A quitclaim deed, a similar one is called a bargain and sale deed, means the grantor is not giving any sort of warranties at all. Not 5 of them, not 2 of them, none at all. They're not giving anything to the grantee. They're just kind of correcting some stuff perhaps, or just cleaning up some things, changing names, swapping out in a divorce. Maybe one buys out the other spouse and they put it all into the one as part of that process. But this general warranty deed is the thing that's written up as the standard in our normal contract. If it's going to be a different thing than that, that's okay. It would just need to be referenced. Strike through it, change it, make sure we realize, oh, no, it's not a general warranty deed that we're going to do. It's going to be a special warranty deed, probably because it's bank owned. And here's what they're defending against. The grantor is defending against any claims of ownership in the past, in the present, and in the future. They're guaranteeing it through these 5 warranties or covenants. The grantor is conveying these 5 things when it's a general warranty deed. They're saying the covenant of seisin. So a lot of weird words in this chapter. Hang in there. Seisin is sort of like a medieval times. Remember knights, like knights and kings and queens, Game of Thrones, if it were like real life, that kind of a thing. Well, it's the idea of you being the property owner of many acres and you're standing at the top of the hill with the buyer, or the one you're going to give the property to, and you're saying, look at all of this. This is what I'm going to sell to you. From that tree line over to that fence line and beyond over to there. That's the idea, pointing out what you're conveying to your grantee, your buyer. That's this warranty or this covenant of seisin. Grantor saying, here's what you're getting. The covenant of encumbrances means I'm going to sell this to you free of liens. But we just learned earlier that you could sell it with liens attached. Well, if you're selling it with liens attached, it's not going to be a general warranty deed, is it? Because you can't give them this covenant of encumbrances, free of encumbrances. They're also going to give them a covenant of quiet enjoyment. That doesn't mean the radio's always going to stay. Who plays the radio? The music is going to be quiet. Doesn't mean that. It means third parties aren't going to come in and say they own it. Covenant of quiet enjoyment means that no third parties, like some long lost cousin or ex, can come in and say, look, you promised to sell me or give me this, so I co-own this with you. No third party can claim ownership. Covenant of further assurance. This says that grantor, this is weird to think about. When you sell a property, you're thinking you're pretty much done with it, right? You got your money, they got the keys, you're finished, you're moving on with life. But through a general warranty deed and the covenant of further assurances, it says, if you need to get something cleared up because something arises related to this deed getting clarified, I'll help you track down the info if I can. I promise to do that in the future. I know. I'm like, I wish that weren't a thing because I'd rather just be done with it completely, but that's part of the general warranty deed. And then the covenant of warranty forever. Even after you sell it, you are warranting this title, this deed to be good forever. Okay. Sounds like a terrible thing. Sounds like it's not great for that seller, for that grantor. But part of these covenants are possible through the fact that the seller had title insurance on the property. We'll learn about title insurance shortly, but it's a insurance policy that a owner puts on the property that protects the title, literally. And that title insurance process involves the closing attorney doing a title search, checking back in the history of ownership, they see that the current owner who is selling it bought it from this person, and that person bought it from this other person, and that person bought it from this other person. And it's a steady chain of title, unbroken chain, no weird mystery owners anywhere. And any liens along the way are identified and hopefully cleared up. That is the title search process. The attorney does it. The attorney does the title search, and then they tell the title insurance company that the buyer is going to use, they tell them, look, I've done my title search. I've gone back at least 30 years. I'll tell you why that's important in a minute. And therefore, you're good. You are safe, Mr. Title Insurance Company, whoever owns it. Title Insurance Company is safe to issue a title insurance policy on this property for this new buyer. And so they do. They're like, okay, well, we trust you. You did your job. We are confident that you're correct. The attorney has searched back those years, and we're confident to the point where we are going to issue the insurance policy. Because that search involves checking everything out. And so now the buyer has to pay for that title insurance policy. It is not an ongoing monthly payment. It is a one-time thing. Pretty cheap. Pretty good deal for what you're getting. One time protects it forever. Remember yesterday I said that you should always give your buyer advice to get their own survey? Did you catch that phrase? Here's why. If your buyer has their own survey done when they buy it, then the title insurance policy will protect them against any encumbrance problems in the future. If it's discovered in the future that the neighbor's fence is over the line, or that your fence is over the line onto their property, any encumbrances like that will be covered under that title insurance policy as long as when you bought it, you had a survey done. Why? Well, because I'd feel pretty confident if I'm a title insurance company to cover something if I know for a fact that it's not a problem. And so if you have a survey done, they're going to feel confident. Oh, look, everything looks good. So yeah, we'll include that in our coverage. If you don't bother to have a survey done, they don't know. So they're not going to include their coverage to encompass encumbrances. So you as a broker in the business need to just go on the record and say, look, buyer, you should have a survey. I don't want a survey. I don't want to pay it. Okay, then please initial sign here saying I suggested it and you turned it down. So that next year when you realize you should have gotten it, you won't come after me and expect me to pay for whatever, not just the survey, but whatever other damages arose because you didn't get the survey and your title policy doesn't cover it, the issue. To move a fence ain't cheap. I had one in Mooresville, and my buyer bought this adorable historic house, and it had perfectly straight lot lines, we thought. The fence looked straight, and it was a perfect rectangle. Maybe about 20 feet on either side of the house, straight on back. Turns out, even though that fence was in place, it was an 8-foot privacy fence, by the way. It turned out to be 5 feet over the property line onto the neighbor's property at the very back, because the property line did not match the fence line. And it turns out that the seller, the owner that my buyer was purchasing from, had a survey done, but they did it wrong. So that's on them. That's their problem. My buyer had the chance to realize and find this out. Oh, there's a problem. There's an encroachment. And so we were able to get it figured out, get it handled, get the right thing in writing to protect my buyer in the future. Get the survey. If they refuse, get the waiver, acknowledging that they refuse so that you have protection. Because if my buyer if I had not suggested the survey, and then this year, like 3 years later, they tried to, do something, and they discovered, oh, wait, our fence goes over the neighbor's line and the neighbor's suing us about it. Well, I'm in jeopardy of the survey that they finally had done, the lawsuit results, right? Because I didn't give them the advice to get the survey. That thing called a professional services disclosure is the document we use to officially go on the record saying you should get a survey, inspections, appraisal, blah, 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 this, that, the other, whatever. And they initial all the things whether they waive that option or not. Now you're protected. Now they can't sue you over it. Or if they do, you have a pretty strong defense against that, right? That's general warranty deed, guys. These 5 covenants. And they're basically saying, I warrant against all of these things forever. The special warranty deed is this: I only warrant it for the time I owned it. And so again, a foreclosure process, a real estate owned REO property is probably going to be a special warranty deed. The buyer's only getting special warranty deed, not general warranty deed in that kind of situation. And then the quick claim deed, again, is sort of like for handling errors. No guarantees of protecting against things at all. None of the 5. They might have some, but they're not required to. May or may not have claim to the title. A bargain and sale deed also has no guarantees, but they do have claim to the title. Probably a divorce situation. One party's buying out the other as part of the divorce settlement. The party getting the property, the one who's not getting it is signing it over to the other one. A bargain and sale deed. It would clear a cloud on the title. There's a couple other kinds of deeds out there. Correction deed, if you make a typo. A gift deed is the one that if someone actually gives you a property, doesn't sell it, but gifts it to you, but you need to record it within 2 years or they can take it back. A release deed is a happy one. That's a one where you've paid off the mortgage. It's been 20, 25, 30 years, however long it took you, and you've paid the entire mortgage off in the future. They used to call it a mortgage burning party because you don't have a loan anymore. Well, as part of acknowledging the mortgage is paid off, it would be a release deed. They're releasing you from the loan. When it comes to court-related things, foreclosure included, as well as judgments, a judge might say, well, you're being sued, therefore I deem that this person wins the lawsuit, and so part of that is that your property is affected in some way. We're putting a lien against it, for instance. These court-ordered deeds include trustee deed, sheriff's deed, tax deed. You might see these words on the test. If you see like sheriff's deed, it's related to a foreclosure or a judgment. Trustee's deed, tax deed, similar situations. Different jurisdictions, municipalities, cities, towns, different court systems will handle things like this differently. They're all types of special warranty deeds. With that said, give me some types of deeds a grantor might use that we just talked about. If it's a new build, somebody in the chat says, what if it's a new build? I assume you're asking what kind of deed would it be? It's going to depend. It's going to depend on the property. It might be that the land the property was built on was seized by a bank in foreclosure. So that land is only available as a special warranty deed. And if the developer who's doing the building has a special warranty deed, then they're going to have to give that to the buyer. They can't give a general warranty deed because they don't have one to give. All they have is a special warranty deed. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Libby. Yeah, same thing. Survey on new construction too. Yep. Thanks for clearing that up. Quick claim, good general warranty, good mortgage deed, special warranty. Good job. What about when somebody dies and they don't have a will? What word means that? Dying without a will. Sorry, I'm getting ready for the next thing here. Bear with me a minute. Yeah, there we go. Dying without a will means intestate. Intestate. Dying with a will means testate. There we go. That's what I want. And so if you die without a will and also you have no heirs, what happens to your property? Goes to the state, goes to the government through what? What's the name of that process? You got it. Great job, guys. Great job. Appreciate you paying attention, staying awake. A sheet is that process. Okay. A little more math for you. We talked about property tax last night. The tax you have to pay because you own property. And it involves a tax rate multiplied by what? Property tax, to get it, to calculate it, requires the tax rate times what amount? What value are we multiplying the tax rate by to calculate our annual taxes? Tax value, assessed value, same thing, right? So the tax value is what matters, not what it's sold for, because what it's sold for is probably more than the tax value, frankly. If you look up tax records and, oh, heck, let's just do that. Let's take a look. If you look up tax records on a property, it's going to show the tax value. It's also going to show when it sold last. Let me share that. Here's what the MLS looks like in this market that I'm in. They're different. Not every market, not every city, region. It's not city by city either. This MLS that I'm a member of serves Charlotte and the surrounding counties that basically touch it. It even includes Fort Mill and Asheville. It skips some counties and goes all the way to the mountains through whatever reason, I don't know, partnerships and stuff. But if you're in Raleigh, that's a separate MLS. If you're in the farther mountains, that's a separate MLS. Even up just in North Wilkesboro has its own MLS. And I don't know for sure, but I think the east side of Cabarrus plus Stanley County has its own little MLS. So the beach, you get it. There's lots of MLS services across the whole state. If you maybe spent time at the beach in Wilmington in the summer and then came back to Charlotte for the winter and you did real estate in both, you would be subscribing to our local Charlotte. It's called Canopy MLS. And you'd also probably subscribe to the one in Wilmington, right? You don't just have access to every one. You'd have to pay extra for whichever one you wanted to join. So this is the one that serves the Charlotte region. I'm just going to do a little search for just whatever random local neighborhood that comes to mind. Nearby is Highland Creek. So let's pick the biggest one in Highland Creek right now. There it is for $620,000. That's what you get in Highland Creek. And so if we go down here to the tax record, let's take a look. It gives the owner's name, of course, the address. It gives the parcel ID number, the tax record number. That's how you can look up the tax record. It also gives the legal description. Oh, look, they're referencing a map, a plat map, lot 657 of Dominion Hills at Highland Creek. And they've got the acreage in there too. That's the legal description. And we would basically cut and paste this exact legal description into the listing agreement or into the contract, wherever we needed a legal description to go, right? The lot number is 657. And then look right here. The assessed value, the tax value on which they are basing the tax bill is $347,830. That's the total value. They split it apart. The land portion is $52,000 and the house or the improvements is another $295,830. So let's take a look. They're saying the total tax value is $347,830. How much was that house? They're asking $620. Tax value is just about half because we saw some serious appreciation in the last couple of years. Now, the next octennial reappraisal probably is not going to be 347. It's probably going to be closer into the 6s or 7s. That's why that octennial reappraisal is important. Government's like, oh no, we're not giving up taxes based on 6 instead of 3 just because we didn't do our every 8-year reassessment. So keep on looking on this tax record. This was 22, same tax value in 21, unchanged. I also like to go down to the bottom here because usually they'll tell me some of this information is wrong. Maybe the acreage is too little. I see we need a break. Give me another minute or two and we'll finish this and have a break. The lot frontage, 68 feet across the front. The depth, 140 feet when it was built. And then as we keep on going down, they've got some extra stuff too. They acknowledge that the property is currently active for sale. And then they talk about the sales history. The current owner is this person, Michael Thompson. And this Michael Thompson bought it in 2006 from a builder. NVR is a builder. So he had it built himself in 2006. Original owner. If he had bought it from another person and it wasn't from a builder, it would have just gone down the list. Michael Thompson bought it from Joe Blow, who bought it from, maybe it might go back 2, but definitely at least 1. And then notice this part. The deed and page number. You can find the deed by looking in when you see deed here, it means the deed book, the book in which the deeds are stored. So deed book 6876 on page 318. It's got a deed book and page number here as a reference to a prior recorded deed, or the current, I guess we could say current recorded deed. So that's kind of how all that works in real life. And down here we see that in 2009 or 2006 they bought it for $147,560. They bought it from that builder, NVR, first time sale. In 2009 they refinanced. It looks like $126. You know what happened? 2008 the value dropped because all the values dropped, right? But they stuck it out. They hung in there. They refinanced with ABBA First Mortgage Incorporated as a refi. And then fast forward 2013, they refied again. Now, this doesn't mean it was worth 100. It means that's how much the refi was. So they probably had a lot of equity in the property because they had bounced back from 2008. They refied to get a lower payment. And then finally now, so basically in 2013, their mortgage was at $100,000. In 2013, that's 10 years ago. They've probably paid a lot of that mortgage down. So as you're preparing an offer for someone, you're going to want to look at the tax record and this history and think to yourself and share with your client, buyer client, well, they might have like a $60,000 loan balance. That means they have a ton of equity because remember, they've listed it for $620. So maybe we've got some wiggle room. Maybe they can't ever say, well, we have to get this out of it. They could, because they might want to get that out of it to buy the next thing. But in terms of paying off their existing loan, they don't really need to. They're going to walk away with like $580,000 or $560 or whatever that math is. It might be useful to know in your negotiating. But that's how the tax value shows up. It shows up right on the front page of what's the MLS right here. Tax value is $347, list price is $620. What is it worth? What should a buyer offer for it? Has nothing to do with tax value. Doesn't matter. Irrelevant. Because maybe it's the first year of that octennial reappraisal. And then in that case, the tax value might be pretty close to the market value, but maybe year 3, 4, 7, 6, 7. You can see we've gotten kind of away from it. So using tax data to figure out market value is a mistake. What methods out there in the world might use tax value to help figure out an estimate of market value? How about online estimators? I'm not going to name any, but pick a website, pick any website where you can go and say, what is my house worth? No human involvement there. Purely algorithm based, partially because from past sales, but in this case, there are no past sales for this house. It's the original owner. All they've got to show up in that automation, is the tax value and the previous refinances. Probably not going to be an accurate estimator of value that a robot would come up with for this particular house. That's why those estimators aren't as good as a real person. That robot, meaning the algorithm, doesn't know that this property, they don't look at the pictures, in other words. And in this case, looks pretty neutral, looks in pretty good shape. I always like to go to the kitchen. Okay, good. This house is pretty timeless. Looks like pretty neutral colors, nothing crazy. So it's probably going to appeal to a large number of buyers. All the rooms look pretty good size. They've put it in shape for photos. It doesn't have just horrible collections and many colors and trash. I see trash cans showing sometimes in these photos. They've done it right. This is the first time there's a color on the wall, and that's an agreeable green, right? Looks like the carpet might be a little bit worn. That's not unusual, but that's not a bad house, just from the pictures. So that's how it goes. That's kind of the process. Let's have our break. We'll come back and talk about excise tax calculation. See you in 10. Here we go. Okay, let's get started. All right. Excise tax. Okay, we just talked about how the property tax is all about how the government calculates what you owe for your annual taxes. And it's based on your tax value. Excise tax, don't let the name fool you. Just because it has the word tax in it doesn't mean it's based on tax value. It's not. Excise tax is what the seller pays when they sell the property. Excise tax is what the seller has to pay the government as a sales tax when they sell their real estate. You might also hear it referred to by old folks like me as revenue stamps. I can't help it. It'll fall out of my face. I promise you, you'll hear me say it that way at some point. Might also be called deed stamps or revenue stamps or tax stamps. Why stamps? Let me see. It literally used to be that, see if I can find a picture. Yeah, there we go. Literally used to look like this. When that deed was taken to the courthouse to be recorded, they would pay the excise tax that the seller had to pay, and they would put real stamps on it. They'd put stamps on the deed. Revenue stamps, tax stamps. It was actually a stamp. Somebody, I guess, maybe had to lick it or maybe hopefully use the thing to wet it with. But yeah, there it is. Look at that. Some kind of a stamp that looked sort of like one of these. That's not exactly right, but that's the idea. So that's the reason for the name, and we just still call it that. So back to our slide. Excise tax is what you're accomplishing, but that's why it's called revenue stamps too, maybe, by the dinosaurs like me. There you are. Your faces disappear from me sometimes. Okay. So it's paid by the seller. Here's the formula. Here's how we calculate it. You have to pay an excise tax of $1 for every $500 of whatever you sold it for. It's based on your sales price. $1 per $500 of sale price. So you basically take that sale price, divide it by $500, and then you have to round up any amount that is cents. Any cents, like if it comes out to be $501.37, you'd round up to $502. You round up to the next full whole dollar. Government doesn't want your cents. It only wants paper. Here's how you calculate it. There's two different ways. Ignore this. Let me show it to you by hand here. Oh, I know what happened. There we go. Here's how we do revenue stamps. Or, see, I did it already. Excise tax. They'll say something like this. They'll say, am I sharing that? Let me make sure I'm sharing that right so you can see it well. Problem might say, what are the excise? What's the excise tax? The buyer must pay, or sorry, seller. Seller must pay on a sales price of, let's make it juicy, $318,437. That is the contract sales price. I know, ridiculous. Take that odd, weird number, whatever the sale price is. Sale price goes on top. The excise tax rate goes on the bottom. Per 500. Anything that's per something else is a rate. So remember, excise tax is $1 per $500 of the sale price. So therefore, a rate is going on the bottom. And so this sales price in this case is $318,437. And that equals the actual amount owed in excise tax. We've put the two things we know, the excise tax rate of $500 and the sale price. And we're going to take that $318,437, divide it by 500, and that gives this $636.87. Is that the excise tax that the seller has to pay? No. What's the excise tax the seller needs to pay? $637 even. And so you better believe on the test, they will give you these answer choices. 636, 84, if whatever that was, 637, and then something else. They're going to give you the version that's not rounded and the version that is rounded because they want to make sure that you know that you're supposed to round it. So with that said, let's look at a couple more. Sale price of $618. Well, I feel like that's something I just did. $623. There we go. $623,400. $623,400. I wrote like a serial killer or a doctor. What's the excise tax on a purchase price of $623,400? How much does that seller have to pay in excise tax if we have a contract, if we have a closing with a sale price of $623,400? Got some consensus going on in the chat. Good job. I believe you. $623,400 divided by 500. $12.46.80. The government says we'll take $12.47. Thank you very much. Good job. Would not be this. Got to round up. $12.47. Got to round up. What if it says this? Test question could say it more like this way. They could say the property sold for $223,700. The tax value is $216,500. How much will seller pay in excise tax? What if they give you something like that? Which one did you use? Hope you used the sale price, not the tax value, right? Because that's how we do excise tax. $447.40 goes up to $448. excise tax is $448. Good job. Good job. Okay. That is one of the two possible ways you could do it. It's my favorite way. Hopefully it'll become your favorite way, but you have the choice. Here's the other option. We know the sale price in this case is $223,700. Instead of doing the math now and rounding up the number you get later to the next dollar, you could take this price and round it up to the next $500 increment. And so go ahead and do the rounding to 224 even, because 223.7 rounds up to the next 500. It rounds up to 224. I'm writing insane. I'm sorry. 224. Slow down. So you could round this up so that it's a price of 224 and then divide that by 500. And that's going to give you the same number. It's going to give you the excise tax of $448. Same thing as if you would have taken this 223.7, divided it by 500, gotten this number as with cents, and then needed to round it up to the 448. They both work. Pick the one that makes more sense to you, the one that's more memorable, and just do it that way. I like the other way. Here we go. Let's take a look at it on the slide, and then we'll make our way on through. Keep going. So there's the two ways. You could round up the price to the next 500. In this case, 152.2 rounds to 152.5, and then divide that by 500 to get 305. Or you could do it my preferred way. Take the sale price of 152.2 divided by 5 and round that up, those cents, up to the next dollar. Don't care. Doesn't matter. Your choice. What about this one? Property sold for $675,300. The buyer purchased the property with a loan for $540,000. How much will North Carolina charge the buyer for excise tax? How much will North Carolina charge the seller for excise tax? Take your time. Oh, I was hiding from you. Didn't realize that. Sorry. So how much are they charging the buyer and how much are they charging the seller? You got it. Y'all didn't fall for that. North Carolina's not charging the buyer anything for excise tax because we don't charge the buyer. The seller's the one who pays it. Now, with that said, in real life, it is negotiable. Our standard contract has the seller paying it, but it's not a law. If the parties, buyer and seller, agree that the buyer's going to pay it, so be it. The buyer can pay it. In fact, if you sell new construction, That builder does not use our standard contract usually. That builder has probably paid an attorney to write a very builder friendly contract. It's a contract that really favors the builder's side more than the buyer's side. And one of the things I've never not seen this, it's always the case that I've seen, the builder has conveniently slid the excise tax over to the buyer column. Buyer has to pay excise tax when it's new construction because the builder hired an attorney to write a contract that said so. And the buyer just goes along with it. But officially, it's negotiable. But for this purpose, in this class, for the PSI that you need to pass, the answer is who pays excise tax? Seller pays it. Seller pays excise tax. That gets you your real estate license. Then you can deal with real life later. So we do the math here. We take the 675, 300. We don't mess with 540. Test taking tip. They're going to give you more information than you need. So part of your skill needs to be figuring out what to ignore. Sometimes you'll see more things than you need. Like I showed you tax value a minute ago. Irrelevant. You just need to know the sale price. So sale price divided by 500 gives $13.50 and 60 cents rounded up to $1 extra dollar, $13.51 paid by seller. Okay. Let's talk about this title insurance process. Title assurance means we're assuring the title is good. It's assuring that the title is good, and it's through this examination process. The attorney is going to check an index, a history of owners. They're examining public records. They're examining the recordation, the recording documents that are recorded, and they're looking at the priority, lien priority. And so the title search process begins with the attorney. They do a title search. They check the chain of title. What they're doing is using this special database, a database sort of like the MLS, but it's not the MLS. It's called the Grantor Grantee Index. It's something they have to subscribe to. Attorneys have to subscribe to this thing so they can check it, and they look up the chain of ownership. They see that the current seller of this transaction bought it from the seller before them. They bought it from the other seller, and they bought it from the previous seller on back. The good news is, if it's a 100-year-old property, they don't have to search back all 100 years. Through something called the Marketable Title Act, we'll get to that slide in a minute. The Marketable Title Act says, hey, attorney, you can just check the Grantor Grantee Index, do your title search, just go back 30 years. Anything older than 30 years, like some sort of a cloud on the deed, cloud on the title, or a third party claiming owner, any of that craziness is irrelevant. If it's older than 30 years, it is clear. It's done. We don't even worry about it anymore. It's out of date. So they only have to search back 30 years if it's even a 30-year-old property, right? So they're going to do this title search looking at the chain of title, the last item here on this little list at the bottom. That's what the attorney is going to do. The attorney is going to give an opinion of the title, the attorney's opinion of the title based on their search. And they're going to say, yep, looks good to me, looks clear, didn't find any problems, or if they did find problems, they'll report them. Then the title insurance company is going to say, well, okay, looks good. We believe your title search is good. We agree with it. We will now issue the title insurance policy. And then that title insurance is recorded, and the buyer is charged for the title insurance policy. You might see a phrase in your reading in the book called abstract of title. It's still like it's a search where they do a really extreme, detailed chronological history of the title, but some states use it. We do not. North Carolina does not usually use abstract of title. We're really just looking at Grantor Grantee Index. Not something done in North Carolina typically is the abstract of title. Why do we have title insurance? It protects the parties What parties? The seller? No. It protects the lender and the buyer. If the buyer's using a loan, it's going to protect the lender too, because one of the things that's required here is to get the title insurance, but that title insurance company makes a policy just for the owner and a separate policy and a different amount of money, different amount of coverage for the lender. If you're borrowing money to purchase that property, the lender is going to require title insurance. If you're not borrowing money, if you're just paying cash, you should still probably get a title insurance policy. You don't have to, but you should. But if you borrow money, you're definitely going to have to. They're going to require it. So the buyer has to pay for it. If it's something the lender requires, then the buyer is going to be paying for it. And so there will be two policies. An owner's policy is for the amount of money that's the value of the property at the time of purchase. That's the owner's policy. And they'll pay a one-time fee for this policy. It's not a monthly recurring thing. And then the lender's policy is different. Let's say that the buyer is purchasing this property for $300,000. That's the sale price. But they're borrowing $250,000 and they're putting $50,000 of their own money as a down payment. You with me? So their equity in this property on day one is $50,000 because that's their money as the down payment they put down. Again, sale price is $300,000. The loan amount is $250,000. They're going to borrow that from the lender because they have 50 of their own thousand money. 50, what was that? 50,000 of their own money to put as a down payment. So, how much will the coverage be for the owner's policy in this situation? That title insurance policy on the owner's part is going to be for coverage of how much money? How much does that title insurance policy need to cover for the owner? Purchase price of $300,000, loan amount of $250,000. Two different policy coverages. Yeah. The owner's policy is going to be for the price, the higher amount, the $300,000. The lender's policy is just going to be for the amount borrowed because that's all the lender cares about. That's the money they have in it. The lender just cares about the loan amount. Anything lender related is always using the loan amount. We will be calculating all kinds of things. We'll calculate something called origination fee and discount points, all these lender fees. All of those fees are not based on the sale price. They're based on the loan amount because that's what you're borrowing from the lender. It's like if you borrowed money from your Uncle Joe. He doesn't care about anything else in your life except that $300 that you borrowed from him, the loan amount, right? You're going to buy a guitar for $400 and you're going to borrow $300 of it from Uncle Joe. Well, as long as you pay him back the $300, he doesn't care about that extra $100 that you had to add to the mix to buy the guitar, right? The loan amount is the $300. Your down payment was $100 for a total sale price of guitar of $400, right? So the owner's policy is for the sale price. The lender's policy needs to cover the loan amount. Testable question. Now, here's the good news. The owner's policy stays consistent over time. It's going to be, 1 second. Let me make something so I can share it with you. See if this will work. And there's your faces. Okay. Oh, good. Are you seeing my green board here? Looking at faces. Okay, thank you. So we've got two things. If we look at a graph and we've got the, let's say, $300,000 owner's policy and the $250,000 lender's policy, then the coverage for the owner is just going to pretty much stay the same all the way the whole time they ever own it. But the lender's coverage is going to decrease over time, because as you initially borrow that $250,000 month one or day one, that's what you owe that lender. You got to pay them back $250. So day one, you owe them $250. Day 31, or maybe 32, because it's the first full month you've owned it, now you don't owe them $250. You owe them $250 anymore. You owe them $249,677. I just made that up. Just a few dollars less because you made a payment. And part of that payment went toward buying down this principal, went toward paying them back a few bucks, probably not even $1,000. Over time, with every payment, each payment, hopefully, if you do it right, pays down the amount you owe a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. So that lender's title policy doesn't need to be for $250 the whole 30 years of the loan. It's going to go down. As the loan amount goes down, the coverage goes down. And then finally, when your loan is all paid off, because you paid the full mortgage in full, the lender's title policy is done. You don't need it. It's irrelevant. Now you just have your owner's policy, and that's good. There's no loan. You don't need a title policy for the lender. Does that make sense? Okay. Sorry, I keep swapping back and forth. Got to have the live stream show the slides, but I want to share the slides through Zoom so you see them more clearly. So I'm having to do more juggling than normal. So there it is. Owner's policy, lender's policy. And so this whole concept of title insurance, a good phrase to sum it all up is this: title insurance is the best title assurance, to assure the title is good, clear, no other parties laying claim to it. It's a one-time fee paid by the buyer. They got to pay the owner's policy. They also have to pay the lender's policy, because the lender's letting them borrow this money. Therefore, they get to pay for that policy. Owner's policy covers the property value. Lender's policy only covers the loan amount, which decreases over time. Okay. Now, documents in a transaction that should be recorded. If something is recorded to protect against third parties that could claim ownership, it falls under the Connor Act. The Connor Act says, this legislation called the Connor Act, write this one down. The Connor Act says, in order to protect against third party claims, you should record a document. Documents should be recorded to protect against third party claims, is what the Connor Act says. So what types of documents apply to the Connor Act? Or let me say it this way: to what does the Connor Act apply? These documents. The acronym, that's an oil rig. The acronym is Dream Oil. These are the documents, the types of documents that should be recorded in order to protect against third parties laying claim that they have some involvement here. Connor Act. Number 1, deeds. Deeds should be recorded to protect against third-party claims. The Connor Act says so. Restrictive covenants. When a seller sells, like a developer in a whole neighborhood, and they say, well, I only want it to be single family or single story or a certain kind of fence, putting restrictive covenants on properties, those restrictive covenants should be recorded in order to be enforceable. Easements. There's a driveway easement. That easement should be recorded. under the Connor Act should be recorded. Assignments. What's an assignment? Any idea? Anybody have an idea what an assignment might be? Have you ever watched investment shows or a course or read a book about real estate investing, and they maybe make a claim? They'll say, hey, you could buy real estate, get rich by buying real estate and not ever have to even buy it. How could you make money in real estate investing without ever actually having to close on property? By assigning contracts. So the way this would work, you ever seen like the yellow signs that say we'll buy houses for cash on the side of the street at the intersection at the stoplight, posted on the phone poles? They're called bandit signs, and it's just a phone number and that phrase, we'll buy for cash. They're looking for desperate sellers. These are investors looking for sellers that have to sell. They're facing foreclosure or medical bills. Some reason they are more motivated because that investor wants to find sellers who want to sell below the market value. Market value is $350,000. A motivated seller that a lucky investor might run across might be willing to sell it for $250 or $200 just to get their hands on some money. They're leaving some of their equity on the table, letting the investor benefit from it. And so if an investor can find that kind of seller and get into a contract with them, a legal contract for sale, where they sign the bottom line and so does the owner, well, that investor already has a very valuable document. They have a contract obligating that seller to sell this property for a very attractive price to the investor. And so they could say to their fellow investor buddy across town, they could say, look, I just got this seller signed to a contract. They have to sell this property to me for this price, $200,000, and the property's normally worth $350. I tell you what, I don't feel like dealing with it. I don't want to flip it. I don't want to have to hire the contractors and do the work. It needs a lot of work. I don't want to keep it as a rental. I tell you what, investor friend, you want long-term investments. I know you're trying to collect and grow your rental portfolio. So how about you pay me $10,000, and for $10,000, I'll assign this contract to you. That way you can show up to closing and buy the property and renovate it and put $100,000 in it or whatever it's going to cost to make it up, fix it up, get it sellable. Or you can fix it up to maybe a smaller degree and put a renter in there and collect rent. I don't want to mess with that. I don't really like that kind of property. I just found an opportunity. So I will, in exchange for giving me a chunk of money, I'll assign this to you. That's all it is. That's what an assignment is. And so that original investor, buyer, doesn't ever have to close on it. They just assign it to someone else and get paid. Move on to the next thing. So an assignment like this should be recorded. The Connor Act says you need to record this thing in order to protect against third-party claims. Mortgages. Mortgages should be recorded. In North Carolina, we call them a deed of trust. A mortgage is called a deed of trust, and we'll learn it in the finance section. But what a mortgage is the thing that says that you're putting the property up as collateral, and you're basically giving the lender permission to take the property back from you if you don't fulfill your end of the bargain, which means keep making your payments on time. If you skip payments and maybe skip 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, they have the right to foreclose and eventually take your property. You gave them that right when you signed the deed of trust. And the deed of trust is basically a mortgage. We just don't call it a mortgage in North Carolina because it's a little different. In South Carolina, we call it a mortgage. In some other states, it's called a mortgage. We colloquially, like casually, informally, when you're watching TV and movies, when you see the word mortgage, that's what it is. But mortgages or deeds of trust, whichever way you want to call it, they need to be recorded in order to protect against third-party claims under the Connor Act. Options to purchase. We talked about those. If you have one, record it. An installment land contract. We saw that tonight. Seller financing. This document, an installment land contract, is complicated. It's two things in one. It's a contract saying you're buying it from the seller. It's also a borrowing document saying you're paying the seller back because they're basically seller financing it. By the way, there is no standard form for installment land contracts. Seller financing is more than we as brokers are capable of dealing with. We would do the real estate side, but we would never create that sort of contract. There's no standard one. We would need to refer our client to an attorney to write it up special, custom made for an installment land contract because it needs to have that financing language put in it. What interest rate are you going to pay back the loan to the seller if the seller's going to basically finance the property to you, Mr. Buyer? Whatever it is, that installment land contract, which is a combination of a contract plus financing document, needs to be recorded. This last one is weird and confusing, but here's how it works. We have a whole 2 chapters about property management and leasing, tenants and landlords. And if it's a lease for 3 years or less, the tenant has some built-in protections. For instance, like if it's a commercial lease and the commercial owner of the property sells to a different owner, the tenant can't be kicked out by the new owner. That new owner has to honor the lease agreement. That's if it's a lease 3 years or less. If it's more than 3 years, there is not that same protection. The tenant could get booted. The new owner could come in and say, oh, this is a long-term lease. This is a lease of more than 3 years. Therefore, you know what? I don't like that amount you're paying in rent. You're out of here. I want to put somebody in here who's going to pay me the rent that I deserve. So leases for more than 3 years need to be recorded under the Connor Act because it protects the tenant. The tenant can't be kicked out if the lease that's longer than 3 years gets recorded. Now that tenant in that longer term lease can't be kicked out with a new owner coming in. That's why it needs to be recorded. It gives that tenant the additional protection. The protection that's built in if it's a lesser term lease, 1, 2, 3 years. We talked about this, the race to the courthouse. The deed needs to be recorded. So what about this idea? Just listen to me. Think about this. If I sell my property to India and I say, hey, India, I will sell you this property for $1 million. And she's got the cash laying around. And so she gives me that $1 million. And so I have a deed drawn up from Neil to India and I sign it as the grantor. And she's happy. She likes the property. She got the property and I have $1 million. But I'm not a trustworthy kind of guy. So the same day after I leave India, I go across town and I say, hey, Kevin, I'll sell you my property for $1 million. And he's like, hey, that's great. I've got $1 million laying around. Here you go. And I have a deed made up that says from Neil to Kevin, and I sign it. Is there fraud? Yes. Is India and or Kevin going to be mad at me someday? Yes. Well, here's what happens next. India knows the laws and the rules. She's pretty sharp. So she immediately goes to the courthouse to record that deed. And she does. Kevin takes a minute. He's like, you know what? I've got some other things going. I'll get to the courthouse later today. Let me go have lunch. Let me go talk with some folks, do whatever I need to do. And so I'll just put that off. And so he doesn't get to the courthouse to try to record that deed I gave him, for which he paid me $1 million. I'm rolling around with $2 million. One from India, one from Kevin. India's deed is recorded. It's now on the record at the Register of Deeds. It says Neil is a grantor, India's the grantee. Kevin shows up an hour later. He tries to record the deed. The Register of Deeds person says, I'm sorry, sir, but this is not a good deed. He's like, what? I just got it like 2 hours ago. They say, well, the deed you have says that you're buying it from Neil, but the deed on record that we have as of an hour ago says the current owner is India. You would need a deed from India to you, but you have a deed from Neil to you. India just beat him to the courthouse. She raced to the courthouse, got there first, recorded first. She's the one who gets the property. Kevin now comes looking for me, right? Pursuing me. Get it? First to the courthouse to record. That's why recording is so much a part of this offer, delivery, and acceptance thing. Delivery and acceptance. The one who does not record doesn't get anything. The recorded deed would take precedence. Whoever records first actually is the owner. Yes, there's plenty of legal things in place to keep that scenario from actually happening. He would certainly have a claim against me. I might be lucky to escape with my life. Just depends on how mad somebody is about it, right? But could certainly come after me about it. But the first one to record is the one that's gonna have the property, own the property. Because recording the property puts the document on the public record. Anybody can look up in the Register of Deeds anything that's recorded there. It's for the whole world to have access to. It gives something called constructive notice to the whole world that information is available. You can look up deeds. You can look up deeds of trust, which are mortgages, not the same as deeds, but they're the mortgage component. The deed is ownership. The deed of trust is the fact that the owner has put the property up as collateral, and all those other things that we just saw that should be recorded. It's also actual notice, the legal term actual notice, meaning information has been given. So constructive notice says information's available. Actual notice means that it actually has been given. Recording documents establishes the priority, lien priority, as well as ownership priority. And it provides protection against third parties who can say, well, I own it. Well, no, you don't. I'm the one on record that recorded it. You don't own it. The recording is done here. I've mentioned it several times. The Register of Deeds office. You can usually access it online for most places. And here's the important part. Remember, though, the recording of a deed, that was one of the non-essential elements. Recording the deed is not considered an essential element of a valid deed. So it's still valid and legal, even if you don't record it. Why do you record it? To protect yourself against third parties that could come in and say that they're a co-owner or they also own some portion. Right? That makes sense? I'm throwing a lot at you in a short time, late at night, so I appreciate that it's challenging. But all of these are very testable items here. We've also mentioned this already. The Marketable Title Act says that when the attorney does that title search, they just need to go back 30 years. As long as there's no serious defects, significant liens, any sort of questions of fact or law from like a court proceeding, exposure of the purchaser to lawsuits, or any threats to quiet enjoyment, meaning third parties laying claim to the property, anything related to that that's more than 30 years old, irrelevant. Prior clouds are extinguished. Prior to 30 years old, just need to search back 30 years. That's all that matters. The documents that are not needed to be recorded in our normal course of events. A deed should be recorded. A contract is not recorded. When we have a contract that we write up for our buyer and the seller and the buyer sign it, and we're now under contract, we don't record that. It's just not needed to be recorded. The contract will be used for the attorney to pull information from to write up the deed, but then the deed gets recorded, but not the contract. Testable item. What is not recorded? A contract is not recorded. A promissory note is also not recorded. Okay, here's what it is. When you have, when you're borrowing money to buy a property, there are, among many others, there are two documents the lender cares about. The promissory note, which outlines the terms of the loan. It says she's borrowing this much money at this interest rate. It's going to be a payment of this amount, and it's going to be for 30 years or 360 payments. All of the terms of what you're borrowing are laid out in the promissory note. Just like if you were borrowing money to buy a car, same thing. There's promissory notes you would sign to buy a car and borrow money to buy one. So this promissory note spells out the loan terms. That does not get recorded. But at the same time you're signing the promissory note, the lender also requires that you pledge the property as collateral. And who remembers what we call that document? The one that pledges the property as collateral? I've said it 3 or 4 times tonight. The document that lists the property being bought as collateral for the loan, that pretty much lets the lender foreclose on you. What's that document called? It's the document you think of when you think about a home loan. So tell me the name of that. There you go. Thank you, Libby. In North Carolina, it's called a deed of trust. In South Carolina, they call it a mortgage. So it's the deed of trust that says the property can be foreclosed. You agree as the owner that that's the way it's going to be, as the borrower owner. Deed of trust does need to be recorded. That is something recorded. The promissory note is not. Agency agreements, as we'll learn in chapters 7 and 8, we get our clients to sign contracts with us, hiring documents that say, yep, I'm going to let you help me buy a house. I'm going to let you help me with that process. You'll be my buyer's agent. I'm signing this form to acknowledge that I'm hiring you to help me as a buyer. Or I want you to sell my house. I'm going to sign this listing agreement to let you help me sell my house. I'm hiring you for that. Or I'm going to let you manage my property for rent. I want you to find the tenant, collect the rent, evict them if needed. So I'm hiring you with this property management agreement. All of those things are types of agency agreements between you and your client. Those are not recorded. You keep them in your file, but you don't need to record them at the courthouse register of deeds. Documents are not recorded include sale contracts, promissory notes, and agency agreements. So what are the 2 methods of title transfer that I called happy and sad? What are the sort of the happy version and then the sad ones? Title transfer methods. 2 broad categories. It's even less specific than that. Someone said foreclosure. It's even less specific than that. Foreclosure is one of those types, but zoom out even more. I've got your answers coming just to me, not something y'all can see at this point, by the way. So feel free to answer. I'm the only one seeing them. 2 methods of title transfer. Another word for it would be on purpose. There it is. Yeah. Voluntary and involuntary. Voluntary title transfer, meaning you're selling it or you're giving it. Involuntary, meaning you're losing it to foreclosure. So that idea. Why would a buyer be advised to obtain title insurance? This is sort of a level 3 question. It's going to take a little bit of thought, but the answer is going to be useful for a potential test question you could run into. Why would a buyer be smart to get title insurance? Let's say that they're not borrowing money. They don't even have to get the title insurance because there's no lender. They're paying all cash for this $800,000 house. They should still get title insurance. We need to tell them that as their broker. Why? Yeah. It's going to protect them. But here it is. The grantor, even if it's a general warranty deed and they have a problem, there's some sort of defect on the title, there's some sort of encroachment, there's something like that, they go after the grantor to help them solve the problem. What if they find that grantor, that seller they bought it from, and they're either dead or insolvent, meaning broke, and they don't have enough money in order to fix the problem that they promised to stand behind and defend? That's where title insurance comes in. That's why that matters. The title insurance would kick in. and help fix the problem if there's no grantor or if they don't have money to reimburse for those losses that could have come from whatever clouded the title or the thing that was the problem. If multiple titles, question? Somebody have a question? Was that an accidental unmute? If multiple titles exist, how does the court decide who gets the property? Yeah, go for it. Because the title company would require you to. They're going to, you know how insurance companies are. They make you run through the ringer and jump through the hoops before they pay out. So they're going to say, well, if you have a general warranty deed, you need to pursue the seller first. We'll cover possibly if you can't get it from them, but they're not just going to be happy to give you the money unless you've exhausted the other possibility, the other possible way you could get made whole. Does that help? Okay, good. So if multiple titles exist, how does the court decide who wins the property? The first one that recorded. Thank you. Good job in the chat. First one who recorded is the winner. That's who's going to get it. Because they recorded first, now they have protection against the claims of third parties. Okay, that's pretty much the content. The next part we're going to talk about is sort of an extension of where we left off last night with some calculations. But first, we'll take a break. I'll see you in 10 minutes. take a look. At some math. This is real world math. This is stuff that you could really make use of out there in the wild. Converting acres to square feet. Because sometimes, there we go. You calculate the area of a lot that you're selling. It's 212 feet across the front. It's 136 feet deep. And you need to know how many acres that is. How do we convert the dimensions of a lot to acres? And here it is. This lot, as I said, 212 wide. They call it length. The front footage. When you see the phrase front feet, that means the dimension where it's at the street. Front footage means the street frontage. And in commercial real estate, it matters more. In fact, they might even price the lot per the front footage. They might say it's $8,000 per front foot or whatever. Because front footage is street front footage, which means exposure. As you're driving by, it takes you a while to get past that Walmart. You see that it's a Walmart for a few seconds as you're driving by pretty fast. If it's a small little mom and pop shop, you're past that thing before you know it while you're driving. So the more front footage, the better. The more exposure, the more valuable. So there's two different things. There's front feet and there's square feet. Front feet is not an area. It's just a linear measurement. It's in this case 212 feet is the front footage. What if they want to know the square feet? If they want to know the square footage of this green lot, you would multiply length times width. The 212 times the 136 feet gives you 28,832 square feet. Has anybody ever seen a lot or acreage for sale that's not in acres? They call it bunches and bunches of square feet. Anybody seen that out there? Every now and then you'll see land referred to as 500,000 square feet, but usually we refer to it as acres. And if you recall how many square feet are in an acre, it's 4 little old ladies driving 35 miles an hour in a 60 mile an hour zone. So 43,560 square feet are in an acre. So I have a little typo here. 43.5 should say 43,560. Sorry about that. I'll fix that. I didn't do it. I'm not going to take the blame for that. So we've got the total square footage on the top of this T formula, which we got by multiplying the dimensions. The 28,832 is the square footage. We need to convert that to how many acres this lot is. And so we just divide it by the number of square feet that are in an acre. 28,832 square feet divided by 43,560 means that this lot is less than an acre. It's 0.66. It's 6/10 of an acre, which is pretty much 2/3 of an acre. It's a fraction of an acre. That's how we convert square footage to acres. It's also how we convert the dimensions of a lot to acres, because we had to do both here. And so the reason we would need to figure out the acreage of this lot is because we've learned that lots sell for approximately $23,500 per acre. That's how property shows up as its value. How much per acre? $23,500. But this isn't a full acre, so it's not going to cost $23,500. Therefore, how much is this lot worth? If it were an acre, it'd be worth $23,500, but it's not. It's a little more than half of that. So then we just multiply the price per acre times the number of acres. That's what we have in the bottom of this T formula. 0.66 times $23,500 per acre means that this lot is worth $15,510, We got all of that just from those property dimensions and that price per acre. So if we know the dimensions of a property and roughly how much property sells for per acre, we can determine how much the actual lot in question is worth or sold for. Whatever, either or. Let's look at this example. We have a lot with the dimensions 300 feet across the street front and 700 feet deep. Land is selling for $415 per acre. $415 per acre. How much will this lot cost? Ignore the extra credit for now. Let's just figure out how much this lot will cost. Step 1, turn those lot dimensions of 300 by 700, calculate the square footage. How do we do that? Multiply them together. 300 feet times 700 feet gives a whole bunch of footage. I'm looking at cheat sheets here, notes, so I know it's 210,000 square feet. 300 times 700, 210,000 square feet. But we don't know how much it costs per square foot. We know how much it costs per acre. So we need to turn these 210,000 square feet into numbers of acres. And we'll do that by dividing them. Divide the 210,000. Here's where we're using those lot dimensions to get the square footage. We got the 210,000. Now we're going to plug the 210 into a T formula, divide it by the 43,000, which reveals that it's a 4.82 acre lot. That lot has 4.8 acres. And if we recall, oh, it's right there, good. $415 per acre times the number of acres. There it is. 415 at the bottom right times 4.82 acres means that lot is going to cost $2,000.69. That's what the math comes out to. That's how much this 300 by 700 foot lot is. I'll take it. Not bad, I guess. Depends. Might not perk. Might not be able to build a house on it. But if all I need it for is to park some equipment, that's probably a pretty good price. I'd pay more than that to a mini storage place to rent their spot after a year or so. Now, here's the extra credit. What if the cost of the lot could be that acreage cost that we just calculated, but it's also in a commercial district, and so commercially, if we sold it, we could get $900 per front foot. It's our choice. We could keep the zoning where it is and make that money per acre, sell it per acre, or we could change the zoning to a commercial use where people would pay us a per front foot amount. So how much would this lot be worth if it was done per front foot? $900 per front foot. How many front feet is it? 300. That's the street frontage. That's the front feet. 300 feet at $900 per foot. Smells like a lot to me. I think we're going to prefer the commercial. 300 times 900 is $270,000. I think I'd rather get 270 than 2,000. That's it. Let's look at a couple more that I'll pull from air, make up for you on the fly here. There we go. Okay. Got my green board here. Everybody seen it? Thumbs up, head nod. We're good? Can't see that? Good. All righty. We've got a lot. It's a perfect square. Just take my word for it. and it is 430 feet on the street frontage, and it is 316 feet back from the road for 430 by 316. And land sells for $18,000 per acre in this area. What's it worth? What is this lot worth? All right, got some answers here. First step, step one. Calculate the square feet. Length times width, basically. In this case, 430 times 316. So we have 135,880 square feet. Step two, divide it by the square footage in an acre, 43,560. So that divided by 43,560 means it's a 3.12 acre lot. Then we've got our 3.12 acres. Let me do it this way. 3.12. Multiply it by how much an acre costs. Now, in the calculator, I'm just going to leave the number in there, unrounded. You might have cleared out the calculator and retyped back in 3.12. We will get slightly different numbers. The Real Estate Commission will not test you on rounding. They suggest you round to 2 decimal places. But what I've just calculated is that the lot here costs $56,148.76. If you got something slightly different, that's okay. They're not going to give you an answer choice of what I got here and something you got that's like 149.03. They will never do that to you. You will not have to decide between rounding errors. The only time rounding matters that will mess you up on answer choices is on excise tax, because you definitely have to round up to the next dollar. But for this kind of thing, if you get close to this, there will be an answer that's pretty close to this, and the other answer choices are nowhere close. Not close enough for rounding to matter. So don't worry about whether you clear it out or use the 3.12. You'll be good either way. And then what if there's another option to sell the property per front foot at $5,200 per front foot? How much would the property be worth at $5,200 per front foot? We'll walk back through it. Somebody left me a thing in the chat. We'll do another one. I'll show you. I'll walk you through it. If it's per front foot, how many front feet? 430. That's the road frontage times $5,200. I don't know how realistic this is in real life, but it proves the point. Yeah, I get a lot too. 2,236,000. Yeah, let's do it that. Let's just do that one. I pick that. Okay, so let's take a look one more time here. This time let's have 715 feet across the front, 687 feet back. That's the street. First step, step one is going to be dimensions. Length times width equals the square feet. So 715 times 687 is the square footage. Oops, not dollars. Square feet of 491,205. And I guess I need to give you some more info. We're selling it, or it's worth $13,000 per acre. So step two, convert to acres. Convert square feet to acres. We do that this way. We take our square feet, divide it by the number of square feet in an acre, and find out that this lot is 11.28 acres. Step three, multiply the number of acres times the price per acre. We're going to take this 11.28 and multiply it by the $13,000 per acre. That'll reveal to us that this property is roughly worth $146,595. I'll just round up to dollars there. Does that help? I'm looking at your faces. We okay there? How could this be rearranged? How could a test question creator move some things around and test you differently on something like this? Let's see. They could say, oh boy, what a jerk. What's the front footage dimension if the acreage of the lot is 7.5 acres? Oh no, now we have to do acrobatics and move this thing around backwards and figure out what to do with these stupid T formulas. What's the front footage? We need to know this dimension. That's what it's asking. What we do know is the acres. It's 7.5 acres. And we also know one of the two dimensions. Well, if we know the acres, we can find the square feet. So if we know the acres, 7.5 acres, multiply it by the square feet in an acre. 7.5 acres at 43,560 per means the square footage is 326,700. Now that we know the square feet, It's just simply dividing the square footage by the one other dimension that you know. So let's take this 326,700 and divide it by the 450 feet deep. Boom. Somebody already got it. Lots of you already got it in the chat. 726 is our front footage. So that's it. Just going back and forth. We okay there? Do 1 million of these. Right? Look at that math workbook. It's going to have some there. Look in the back of the unit. What are we on? 4. It's going to have some there. Make up your own. Doesn't even matter if you don't have an answer key. Practice the steps. Practice the steps. And think about the process. And just be able to get comfortable with this stuff. The repetitions really do help. I promise. Remember, I had to learn this stuff. I was just where you were, except from a teacher perspective. In 2018, I had to learn it kind of all over again because learning it to teach it is its own thing. And it was more material than I had when I had to get the license 26 years ago. So what I just did was a lot of it, just over and over and over and over. And I don't know if I do or not. I hope I come across as knowing the stuff, but the only difference between you and me is not even the experience. That doesn't matter. For getting your license, the 26 years of experience, irrelevant. The only thing between you and me, the difference is I've done these problems and studied this material for the last 5 years. I studied it to teach it. You're studying it to take the exam. Same difference. I'm just better at it now because I've done it a bunch. You'll be there too. Do it a bunch. As much as you can fit in to the time you have to prepare, which is drawing nigh. So stay on top of this stuff. Okay. Let's do a little quick review. I'm going to give you, another poll review. There. This one's about Unit 4 that we covered pretty much last night. Let's take a look at these poll questions and do your best, and I'll give you some time, and I'll talk to you in a minute. Okay, let's keep on going. Got a couple more needs to finish up, and we'll do our little review of it. Just pick something and keep rolling so we can talk it over. While these polls do not show you guys the names of the answerers, we do get to look them up so we can see who's actually participating. So I do need participation here. Alrighty. Someone's asking in the chat, good question. They're saying, when we're talking about excise tax, how do we come up with the $500? That is the statute right now. That is currently the excise tax rate that is determined. And it's been that for a long time. But if somebody, like some governor or somebody, decided let's increase what we can make through excise tax, then they would change the excise tax rate as they needed to. But it's been divided by 500 for a long time. So that's just what was determined by somebody in charge to come up with that excise tax calculation. Not just an example, it's actually the real number. Okay, take a look. I'm going to share these results. See how we're doing. Which of the following is not a legal description of the property? Good job, by far. You got it. Street address is not a legal description. The three kinds of legal description include the other answers here. All three of these are types of legal description that are acceptable for conveyance or transfer of property. Meets and bounds description, reference to a prior recorded deed, reference to a recorded plat map. We went over all of this several times tonight, so really try to hang in there, because if you work the system, it'll work for you. Which of the following is not a term used in meets and bounds? Which one's not used? Well, distance and direction is literally what meets and bounds means. So that is used in it. That is one of the terms related to meets and bounds. Monuments is another term related to meets and bounds. So the one that's not to do with meets and bounds is range lines. Most of you got that. Good job. All of you should have gotten this. It's just knowing the terms with the category. It's also something we talked about last night and today. So step it up. Let's get on top of these vocabulary words. Make some flashcards, whatever you got to do. These are easy points to get, guys. If in the government rectangular survey system, which of the following is the 6x6 measurement? 6 miles square. Townships, they are 6 miles by 6 miles. They're composed of sections. Each section is 1 mile by 1 mile. Which legal description method is not used in North Carolina? Good job, by far. We don't do the government rectangular survey system. We do the others. How many square feet in an acre? You didn't fall for that either. Good job. Well done. What can a buyer get done to find out if there are any encroachments on a property? Best way is the survey. Survey is how we can tell lots of things. It's encroachments, it's property dimensions, it's setback lines. How close to the property line are you allowed to build? It's flood zones. Is the property in a flood zone? It's easements, all kinds of things, but certainly encroachments. When transferring title, at what point has acceptance occurred in North Carolina? In North Carolina, it's considered having been accepted only upon recording. So once it's recorded, it's officially considered accepted. The standard definition is delivery and then acceptance, but to accomplish a closing in North Carolina, acceptance has to be upon when it's recorded. What type of title transfer involves court action? Court action, we're not happy about it. Unhappy times, right? Involuntary. That's the one with court action. It could be foreclosure, could be a result of a lawsuit. Title transfer involving court action, involuntary. The word alienation just means you are distancing yourself from the property. You're selling it. You're getting rid of it. Could be giving it away, could be selling it. What is it called when someone dies without a will? If you don't have a will when you die, good job, 100%. Intestate, you're dying intestate. And then finally, how many years is required for someone to make a claim to take over a property through adverse possession? This is kind of tricky because two of the answers are sort of both applicable. So really, the way I've worded this question, either answer could be right. I didn't put in there the thing that makes the difference between the 7 and the 20. I could refine this question. I left it this way. I thought about it. I really did. But I left it open because I wanted to bring up this point. The test question is going to be better worded than this. They're going to give you what you need to know to answer the question. But when is 7 years required? Tell me in the chat. When is the 7 years required for this adverse possession to work for someone trying to grab a property ownership? Yeah, if there's color on the title, perfect. If it's a clouded title, only 7 years needed. The 20 is if it's a clear title. Well done. Good job. Good job. Okay, let's see here. Let's take a look at some stuff as we wind down. We're almost done. Here we go. All right, just to recap, check out your Relink book. It's got the number of questions coming from the various topics. Now that we're making our way on through, our next one up is chapter 5. So where does that put us? Chapter 5, land use controls. We will pick that up on Monday, and then we'll get on into agency agreements. 5 and 6 is land use controls and this stuff. Then we'll get into 7 and 8, just in order. We're in order, straight through the syllabus and the book. So make your way on through. Don't forget about this. Every week you should be spending time on the comments section, at least a few pages. We will pick this up next week. We'll talk about some things. We'll recap the basics, like why is a real estate license required? What are the things that an unlicensed person is allowed to do? Remember, they can take messages. They can be a courier. They can submit things into the MLS, but the broker is still responsible for what that unlicensed person does. And the exemptions. In what cases could somebody do real estate without a license legally? If they are a business entity, LLC, LLP, S corporation, C corporation, then they can do real estate for the real estate owned by the entity if they are an officer of the entity, right? If they have something to do with that corporation. because it's basically doing their own property, doing their own real estate. If they have been given power of attorney, that's what attorney in fact means. This is not an attorney necessarily. This is anybody that someone trusts enough to give the power of attorney to. So they can do that real estate for that other person because they basically legally are that other person under legal purposes. An actual attorney can do real estate without a license, but only if it's tied up with the legal work they're doing for the person. That doesn't mean just because an attorney can sometimes do real estate without a license, they can't just go out and list random properties. It would have to be a property that their legal law client owns that they need to sell. Then yes, the attorney could sell that property for them and act basically as a real estate agent because it's tied to the legal work. If they're a guardian or a trustee or an executor of an estate or an administrator or anybody that the court says can do things for someone else, then yeah, they can do real estate without a license because they're essentially doing it as if it were their own. A trustee, which we've learned about by now, or their salaried employees. We've seen salaried employees before. We saw that here. If it's a property manager, a licensed property manager hires W-2 salaried employees. Those employees can do real estate without a license because they work for a broker who is a property manager. That was a big one. And then if you're selling your own or leasing your own place, you don't need a license for that because it's your own. You're not doing real estate for someone else. And then those housing authorities are able to do real estate without a license. Any salaried employee that works for them as well, as long as it's property owned by the housing authority, or subletting, meaning renting property owned by the housing authority. Sort of like how an on-site leasing agent at an apartment complex can do real estate without a license because it's the real estate owned by their boss, whoever owns that apartment complex. Similar case is this housing authority thing. Here's an easy one that you already know. How many real estate commission members are there? All of that is in this one little paragraph. 9 total. How many appointed by the governor? 7. 1 by the House of Representatives. 1 by the Senate pro temp. At least 3 that are licensed brokers at any one time. At least 2 that are non-licensed, not involved at all in real estate or appraisal, just to get a fair representation. So we'll go over some more License Law Commission rules. Read this whole thing, guys. This should be number 2. You should at least be closing in on second time reading through this and marking it up and relating it back to the syllabus. Always lead with the syllabus. I say it a lot because it's easy to get confused. There's a lot of material. I want to remind you of things so that you're on top of this and well prepared. So when you do revisit that License Law Commission rule thing, where are we at here? Go down to this section 21 in the syllabus for License Law and Commission rules. I'm losing my voice. And go and use this as your guide, right? Fill in these blanks. Hopefully this is printed out and you've been writing in it. And then go find it in the comments section or the License Law and Commission rules section. All right. With that said, name in the chat for me. And what else? I think that's it. Let me know if you have any questions. Explore that Google Drive. Maybe take some practice exams. You might fail miserably because we haven't covered enough. But hey, get those repetitions in. I'm all for it. Take the midterm if you want to. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't count for your grade. But you do have to complete it in order to be able to take the final exam. You must complete the midterm. But for prep purposes, go for it. I think failure is the best method to learning. Thinking really hard and getting it wrong and then going and checking the answer and seeing what you got wrong is going to count more and in your memory than if you don't go through that agonizing step, right? Try to really figure it out before you ever look up answer choices. Okay, I'll stop talking. Have a great weekend. See you next week.